Okay. Are we ready? Let's do this. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Markowsky, and welcome to my studio. Today we're going to recreate another artwork by another one of my favorite artists as soon as I get my standing pad back in order. And so today we're going to be looking at, let's make that a little bit bigger. We're going to be looking at Gustave Courbet. I think one of the most interesting artists in art history, and probably, you know, the ground zero for the modern idea of who or what an artist is. The independent artist as hero, artist as counterculture figure. There's a lot of stuff going on with Courbet. Really interesting person, really interesting story. So we're going to get to that while we work on today's painting. Let's look at the plan for today. We're going to get the image on the canvas. I'm going to show you how to do that. There's a free template for that. Then we're going to stain it with some color. We'll talk about Gustave Courbet's biography and the importance of this painting in his overall oeuvre. Body of work. Then we're going to do a little bit of underpainting, background, foreground. Not a lot of background on this one, so mostly we're spending most of our time in the foreground areas. This is a fairly straightforward painting, but there might be a little bit of palette knife in here, because that's one of the big things with Courbet. He's also famous for being extremely prolific and very fast at painting. I'm not going to be able to paint as fast as Courbet painted, but I'm going to try to sort of incorporate some of his techniques that he really popularized. So this one's going to be a fun one. Let's get right to it. Obviously just before I get to it, I just said I was going to get to it, but I'm going to do this before I get to it. Which is to encourage you to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell, because about 80% of the people that watch this channel are not subscribers, and it would change my life if just 25-30% more people, that would be more than 100%. So, but I mean, like, of the 20% who subscribe, if there was 40 or 50% of the people were subscribing, that would be hugely helpful. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you could use PayPal, you could use the super chat, though YouTube takes like 40% of whatever you donate. So while I appreciate any donation, it's maybe not the best bang for your buck. So you can use a e-transfer as well, or send a check through the mail. And so if you want to get my email address or mailing address, contact me through my email, which is on my website and the Facebook group. Both of those links are down below, not under the table, but on your YouTube thing where it says see more, all that kind of stuff. So let's go to this next step here. So our first step is really to get something on the canvas to paint, right? So let's do our image transfer. So let me show you how to do that. In fact, maybe just before I even show you, let's show you what it looks like. So here's the original image by Courbet, and then here's my outline. I did this on the Procreate app using my, on the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And so this is free to download. Let me show you where to find that. So there's a link in the description for free outline in the Dropbox folder. That's what this looks like. If you open up that folder, at the very top is our basic materials to get started, and then all these ones that begin with letters. These are easier paintings. And then the next, I don't know, 150 folders, 200 folders, I don't know where we're at right now, 167. And some of these folders have like 5-10 works by some of these artists. So often many of the artworks, there's lots of subfolders within here. Click in 167 Gustave Courbet. You'll see there's the original image plus 2 versions of the outline, a JPEG and a PDF. Use whichever you prefer. And so when you've downloaded it onto your desktop, then you can print it out, and it looks just like this on a piece of photocopy paper. And now we're going to transfer it onto a 9x12 sized canvas panel or canvas board. Same thing. You could buy this kind of stuff at the dollar store for $1. I ordered these in a box or group of 12 for 24 bucks Canadian. So about, you know, when you work it out, it's just under about $2 American for one of these canvases. And I think they're definitely more than twice as good as the ones you get at the dollar store, which are acceptable. And if you're just learning, then I think you, in fact, should buy your canvases from the dollar store, because that way you'll be less likely to, you know, if you don't like what you've created, well, it's just $1 that you've spent rather than buying more expensive canvases. But anyway, it's up to you. Anyway, I take it out of the plastic. I sand it down, and then I apply some white acrylic gesso. And I'm just showing you the back side because you see the gesso kind of drips off the back. So I just apply it onto the top before I put this image there. I don't usually put that image there while I'm explaining this. And then so I just cover it with gesso, let it dry overnight. After it dries and it drips off on some newspaper or concrete floor or whatever you might have, or diamond encrusted gold leafed platinum flooring, then I sand it again once it's dry, and I get a really nice smooth surface, and that works really well for this type of activity. And then when you're done that, then you tape your outline to the surface here, and now I'm going to use some graphite paper. You can use carbon paper, they're virtually the same thing. And you can see that there's one side's kind of gray and one side's a little bit black, although I've used this carbon paper many times, which is good to know that you can use it over and over again. It's not like a one and done kind of thing. You've got many opportunities to recycle it. Now, I did this outline just this morning, so I tend to more and more get really involved in these outlines and maybe draw more lines than are necessary. So you don't have to draw all of these lines. You can take out many of them. In fact, probably all the lighter gray lines, those ones can absolutely be removed. All of this hair, obviously, as well. We don't need to do all of that. Basically, we just want to use these lines to help put in the composition. And then from there, we're going to refine the image, and we paint over it. So we're just using these as guidelines, right, to help get the painting started. And once it's started, these lines no longer really serve much of a purpose. We're going to do a little bit of underpainting to preserve some of these lines, because I know it can be a little bit stressful for some people, especially when you're beginning to find those lines if you do lose them. I'm not really going to draw much of his goatee or anything in there because I'm going to paint all that in over top, so all of this hair. I'm just the ends. This is what I'm interested in, just so I know how long to draw it. I'll probably put Courbet's signature in there at the very end. Like, just so you can see how much I've done. You know, didn't do all those lines in the hair. I think that's kind of unnecessary. When I do these classes in person, I often find people spend, I've seen people spend like an hour doing the outline. And then thinking that, you know, that's going to really help them because they're going to really have all the information there. And what it ends up doing is it ends up making them really dependent on the outline. And if it doesn't, if every brush stroke isn't in exactly the right place, they start to get really despondent. Just like this guy. What have I done? I can't see any lines. I'm just going to give up entirely. And that's unfortunate because that's not what the outline is for. It's not there to help you do a perfect version of the painting. Just there to kind of help us get brushstrokes and, you know, relatively proximate to where they were in the original. And then after that, it serves little to no purpose. Okay, I have all the main lines in place. Just while this is on here, well, actually, I'll just use the carbon paper. I was going to draw it out with pencil, but so that's. So I'm just extending those lines. Okay, I think that's good enough. Okay, let me take a look at all the stuff in the chat there. Chase says, that dude with the big eyes and long hair looks like Jack Sparrow. And Lisa says, yep, I thought it was Johnny Depp. I love that. Totally. You know, and this is probably, whether Johnny Depp even knew it or not, part of, you know, his, at least his public persona probably comes back to, you know, if we were to trace it back to something, would probably come to maybe Gustave Courbet, maybe not this, well, maybe even this specific painting to some extent. Although, you know, anyway, well, but that's very true for sure. Shay says, maybe it's Johnny Depp's great-grandfather. Shay says, yeah, I'm early, and I was the first to comment. You betcha, you were on top of it. Thanks, Chase, for being on time. Ari says, are you going to show painting with a palette knife? I've been exploring those techniques recently, so that would be awesome. Kathy says, my computer says that there's no chat available, but they're wrong. It looks fun today. And there's Abdullah says, hello, sir, good morning. How's your day going? I'm doing great, especially now that you're here with me, Abdullah. So, yeah, it's been a good day. Got to spend the morning with my daughter, on the way to school, a little some fun, and life is good. Not a wealthy man, but I'm a rich man, right? So I'm very happy. Okay, so let's move on to the next step here. Let's start to get some paint on this canvas. And the first step that I recommend, and I'm sure Gustave Courbet did this also, is what we call the Imprimatura. And it's the priming layer. That's literally what it means in Italian, the priming surface, right? So, or the first layer of paint. So artists have been doing this for 600 plus years in the West anyway. And so maybe before we do, let's just talk about what paint we're going to use, right? So we're going to use what we call a split primary palette. And I've been doing this for all of these classes, Master Study Series. I wish I knew about this approach to painting when I was learning how to paint. And it's not something I even learned in art school. It's something that over the years, as I've been teaching, just researching, putting lesson plans together, stumbled upon this and was like, why is this not the de facto method for teaching everybody how to paint? Why does everything have to be so complicated? I think this is by far the most straightforward, simple method of painting, and we can buy a set of paints that you can use to paint basically anything, as I've shown over these past 350 or so episodes. So essentially what that means is we split our primary colors in half into their warm and cool components, and perfect timing with the lights there. In fact, we had this last episode, so I might just... Oh, are you going to stay like... Oh, no, you're not. Okay, okay, time out. Those lights, sometimes they got a mind of their own. Anyway, so we've split our colors into warm and cool components. Every color's got a temperature, so learning about color temperature is really important. I have a whole episode on that at the beginning of the Master Study series. You can watch that and learn a little bit about how to use warm and cool colors. So we got these 6 tubes of paint plus white. You can buy a black, but we can also mix our own black, and I'm going to be doing that in today's episode. So I think that's pretty amazing if you've never done anything like that. So I'm just going to go through the different brands of paint that, I mean, basically every single acrylic brand of paint could hypothetically be used for this class. Now I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep, my warm yellow here. And this is not the exact color that artists would use for an Imprimatura. They would actually use a bit more of a warm brown-like color, but I really like using this warm yellow. Now, if you don't have Amsterdam, like this tube of paint costs about $15, $17 Canadian for the 250 milliliter size. They sell smaller tubes, and they also sell some big jars, those jars are pretty hard to find, at least here in North America. And so that, I think that's a pretty good deal. You know, it's 15, 20 bucks for a tube of paint. Yes, if you buy all 7 or even 8, if you get the black, it's going to cost you like 150 bucks. But you're going to be able to make, I don't know, 60 paintings with those tubes of paint, which is going to keep you busy for probably a year or more, unless you're like me and you're painting over 150 or so a year, and then you might need to get 2 of these tubes of paint. But that's certainly I think one of the cheapest hobbies a person could ever have. It sounds like a lot of money up front, but I think it's a great deal. Okay, so if you don't have this, you could use golden paints. Golden is one of the best paints out there, but it's also kind of expensive. So you could use some of these other brands, and I haven't tested or used all of these ones here. In the first few episodes of this series, I kind of go through all these different brands and show you which colors I would choose. There's also in the Dropbox folder, I think in the first folder, there's a whole list. It has all of this list in there, so you could just download and print it, or you could pause the video and do some screenshots now, if you like. So if you've used any of these paints and you find they are not getting the results that we get in class, let me know so that I can make some adjustments, do some other research. Because here's a few paints that I have used and the results are not favorable. So that's why they've got a big X in the middle of them, because I do not recommend them. And so I would encourage you to avoid these brands unless you're going to do a lot of like impressionist painting, which has virtually no black and tends to be much more muted or pastel colors. Because basically these brands, what they've done is added an excess of white into the paint in order to make the paint appear more opaque. It's sort of like, you know, somebody putting a bunch of, I don't know, maybe McDonald's putting sawdust into the hamburgers or something. They probably don't do that, but probably gonna get sued for saying something like that. But it's just a filler, and I don't like that. It makes it impossible to make our own black. And while I think about this, I just realized I forgot to get some fresh water to mix my paint in. So I'm just going to quickly get some water. So you'll also notice that this water I've just put in here is it's hot water, and so it often appears a little bit cloudy. It's not boiling hot water, but it's just like, you know, room temperature, maybe slightly warmer than room temperature. I don't know if that makes much of a difference, but I just I guess I think to myself, well, it might help dissolve the paint a little bit faster as opposed to cold water. But I'm sure cold water would probably do just fine. But, you know, artists, we tend to kind of have little routines like this that just like maybe an athlete has a specific way of lacing up their skates or their shoes, taping their stick, or you know, they gotta put the belt on in one specific way, like Wayne Gretzky tucking his sweater into his jersey into his pants. I mean, everyone's a little bit different. You can see I also like painting these edges too. I often think of paintings as objects, and especially if you don't, you know, frame your work, then you're going to see that edge showing. And if my edge is going to show, then I want to kind of take a little bit of time to consider what people are going to see, if they're going to see it, right? Because it becomes part of the artwork itself. You know, even, it's funny, you know, a comment like that probably for a lot of people just seems totally innocuous. You know, like, I don't care, what's the big deal of that? Like, a painting is an object. But, like, you know, you go to art school and you realize, like, well, you know, the graduate school I went to in Los Angeles was, you know, a pretty intense academic institution. Lots of writing and theory and stuff. And you realize, like, for everything an artist can do, there's people will attribute kind of qualities to them and meaning to it. And so the idea of a painting as an object rather than as a purely visual artifact is room for is contested. People get very upset about little things like that. And you're like, really? I didn't know this was a thing. Oh, it's a thing. And you're on the wrong side of that thing. Oh, okay, so I'm sorry. Yeah, you better be sorry. That was kind of my experience of graduate school. It's like realizing I was stepping on everybody's toes. And you realize, wow, there is a lot of stuff going on. Which, you know, is fair. Every industry has, you know, might seem a little bit complex at first, and then you kind of dive into it, and you're like, okay, I think I get it. And then you realize, no, you don't get it at all. There is, like, what you don't understand is an ocean of profundity. Abdul Bassett Geimer says, please, I am leaving. Anyone in the end of this class, please tell to Sir that Bassett from Pakistan says hello to you. Hey, hi, my friend. Sorry I didn't see you in the chat there. I was talking away. That is awesome. I'm so excited that you're watching from the other side of the planet. It's 4:30 a.m. and time for closing is fast. Wow. Well, you go to sleep. Get some sleep, my friend. Abdul, I really appreciate you tuning in and saying hello. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend. Wow, look at all these comments in the chat here. Wow, okay. Kathy says, I don't have a palette knife. I have to go to my kitchen to improvise, LOL. So, yeah, we'll talk about palette knives when we get there. We have a little bit of work to do before we get to the palette knife part. In fact, probably with this painting, palette knife will come, well, I don't know, it might come a little bit earlier now that I think about it, but let's think. I want to talk a little bit about Courbet's biography. We'll even maybe talk a little bit about palette knife and his use of it in this next little segment here. So it's something he's kind of famous for introducing in his art. So even though there's not a lot of it in this work, it might be kind of fun to just try it out a little bit. So, okay. So let's talk a little bit about Gustave Courbet and why he's such a monumental figure, a revolutionary figure in the history of art. Again, quick little shout out to the Facebook group. I encourage you to join it if you haven't already. I think next week we're doing another feedback episode, so anything that's here on the Facebook group, I'll organize into folders, and then I'm going to go through every single image on there and offer some free feedback. So if you want me to help you improve your drawing or painting, and you want a little bit of congratulations, a pat on the back, or a little bit of a kick in the butt, then put your work up there. I'm quite gentle. My goal here is to help everyone get better at what they love to do, which is, for me, art. Right? And I think that's probably why you're watching right now, if you're hearing these words, unless you randomly jumped on this video for some odd reason. So, Gustave Courbet is born in 1819 and passes away at the age of 58 in 1877. So, you know, kind of on the younger side of things. Not as young as some of the other artists we've looked at who passed away in their 20s or early 30s. But, you know, 58, you know, is on the, you know, is probably a little bit before his time. Unfortunately, like a lot of artists, he died basically of alcoholism, of liver poisoning, and that owes a little bit to the kind of controversial nature of his art and also of his politics, right? So he was revolutionary in lots of different ways here, which we'll get into. So Courbet is born in Ornans, France, which is on the very eastern side of France, bordering almost with Switzerland here. So if we zoom all the way out here, you see here's France, right? And Paris is right up here. And then we got Switzerland here and Italy down there and Germany up here. And here's where Courbet is born. And so this is, you know, a relatively small community in which he's from. And his father was sort of like a rags to riches kind of story of a guy who kind of a self-made man kind of figure that becomes, you know, a relatively wealthy landowner. And that becomes a big part of the Courbet myth. And when I say myth, I mean that, like, Courbet was probably also one of the first artists to cultivate his own story, his own biography. Whereas, you know, throughout most of art history, artists, it was all about the work. It's all about the paintings you make, and who you are is not irrelevant, but it's sort of like, you know, just something for the DVD extras of a movie, right? It's, you know, like that's what you might need, information you might find out on the director's commentary of a movie. I know this analogy doesn't make much sense, but, you know, some artists we know very little about, even some relatively recent artists, because it was all about the work. Courbet is really one of the first persons to make his own life part of his art and promote a specific narrative about his life that would kind of color his work. And so when you saw Courbet, you're not just seeing the paintings, but you're also kind of, there's an aura about it partially created by Courbet himself. And that's a big deal, right? We're going to see Courbet incorporates himself into his artwork in a way that artists really hadn't done before. And today's like painting is a perfect example of that. I mean, obviously throughout art history, artists have painted self-portraits. I mean, it's one of the most important genres in painting and art in general. Artists really learned, many artists learn how to paint by painting themselves, right? Because all you need is just a mirror and some patience, and you've got someone who's potentially willing to sit for infinite artworks. But the way that Courbet incorporates himself into his artwork is absolutely 100% unique. Really, there had never, I guess I'd have to think about it, had there been anybody who'd done anything remotely similar to what Courbet does. So, I'm just going to open some of these in the background. Okay, so Courbet is kind of from this small town village in eastern France, kind of, you know, really on the periphery of French culture. Obviously, he's influenced by Swiss and Italian and even German culture. Like a lot of people from eastern France, like people from Switzerland, are people that often speak 5 languages, kind of thing, because they not only speak French, but they might speak Italian and German and you know, maybe some Spanish as I mean, so it's their, because their cultures, like, because Switzerland is sort of surrounded by all these other quite powerful nations. That's why Switzerland has historically been neutral, right? Because they're just like, we don't want all of you are always fighting. We want nothing of this. Just please leave us alone. But send us your money. We'll take care of that for you. So again, that's also features into the Courbet myth of being an outsider. So not only being someone who's at least the family from kind of poorer working class roots, but from a part of the country that was kind of outside of the larger conversation. His father also was an anti-monarchist, right? Someone who was not in favor of the king and had fought in the French Revolution, right? So this idea of Courbet later on being involved in like left-wing politics, being an anarchist, doesn't just come out of nowhere, right? This is kind of a bit of a trend in the family of kind of being very progressive, anti-authoritarian. And so let me see. So Courbet's father is sort of this self-made man and really encourage his son to kind of continue that upward progression from, you know, working class into the highest ranks of society, and wants his son to become a lawyer, right? Because that's one way in which you end up literally interacting with, you know, the law, and the people who make the laws, and you represent powerful people in court, etc., right? So that's his vision for his son. And so when Courbet moves to Paris in 1839, that's with the explicit goal of going to law school there. And so now really you're going to move to Paris, the seat of power in our country, and then you're going to move right up to the very top. But when Courbet gets there, he's immediately falls in love with the bohemian lifestyle that has kind of been growing in Paris for decades. And he starts meeting all of these artists and intellectuals, poets, writers, dancers, and he very quickly abandons the goals that his father had for him of becoming a lawyer. But Courbet, being Courbet, just like his father, isn't going to go about things in a straightforward manner. So, unlike what most artists would do, especially artists who might move to Paris, is you might apply to study at one of the various academies. You might go to l'École des Beaux-Arts, right? The great, really the greatest school of art in France. That would be you would go to the École des Beaux-Arts, or maybe like one of the schools, like the what do they call it? Like the School of Rome, School of Athens. These schools that might teach really as academic, ancient, classical art, and then you would sort of progress into the role of artist. Courbet, again, probably not someone who would be able to take instruction in the quote-unquote old-fashioned way very well. Kind of finds his own way, and his own way is to study directly with other artists. So he goes about meeting a number of well-known artists in Paris at the time, and is basically like, help me, I'll work in your studio, I'll clean up, I'll make tea and coffee and lunch, but just I want to watch you paint, and I want to maybe set up an easel next to you and learn. And so he's again, like his father, is kind of like a self-made man, right? He's going right to the source and trying to learn how to paint that way, which obviously served him really well. The other thing that Courbet would often do is he would go to the Louvre, the great museum there in Paris, and he would paint replicas of the art in the Louvre, right? Which is something that artists have been doing for centuries, obviously with Courbet, but that's a tradition that goes back hundreds and hundreds of years, even before Courbet. And it's really the main concept behind what I'm doing here, right? Studying from the masters. And if you go to a lot of museums in Europe, you'll see artists in the museum with an easel painting next to a painting. It's very common to see that there. It's almost unheard of to see that happening here in Canada. I've seen it a few times in the United States, usually kind of in the eastern cities like New York or Boston. You might see maybe one. You'd be surprising to see it, but it wouldn't be uncommon. Like if you probably go to the Met in New York, you might see someone painting there if you were to go through all the rooms. But if you go to the Louvre, you're like, if you don't see an artist painting at this day in the Louvre, that would be surprising, right? That would be, you know, that's on the flip side, right? So Courbet goes, you know, very often to the Louvre and spends time looking at his favorite paintings and trying to paint them while he's standing right next to them. Now, obviously, you need permission to do that, especially these days. You know, security would check your instruments and make sure you don't have like a knife or something so you could damage the painting, and you'd probably have to have these days like a credit check and a background check to make sure you're not going to destroy it or deface it in any way. So he spends like the 1830s learning from other artists directly, and I just think that's again, it's so interesting that he took this very unconventional route to educate himself, and that requires a lot of initiative, determination, self-discipline, things that a lot of artists lack, right? A lot of artists, you know, one of the reasons they go to school is to have someone kick them in the butt and make them do stuff, right? So that's my role. I teach at a university here in Vancouver, and my role is basically, you know, kicking people in the butt every day. Come on, let's get some stuff done. Like, so Courbet doing it all himself, again, shows you a little bit about who this kind of guy is, the level of ambition and discipline he has to, you know, he's not just somebody who's like, you know, I can't take your rules, I'm going to do my own thing. He's like, I'm going to do my own thing, and I'm going to, like, be there every day learning, and like, I'm diligent about this. Okay, so let's talk about some of these. Is it going to show any of... No, maybe not. Let me start. I'm just going to scroll down here. Well, I guess here, let's look at some of these self-portraits. So, remember at the top I was saying one of the unique things with Courbet is the way that he did his self-portraits. Again, you know, Rembrandt, a couple hundred years before Courbet, famous for his self-portraits, but they're pretty much just straight on, maybe wearing a different kind of hat. Caravaggio, I guess Caravaggio, he would be probably be an artist in a similar vein to Courbet, because Caravaggio also incorporated himself into kind of almost like genre paintings and illustrations from the Bible or from you know, Greek history or mythology. Anyway, Courbet was doing the same sort of thing. Like, he would paint himself into his paintings, but they're not just straightforward, here's my face and here's me just learning some painting techniques. There's stories, there's narratives here. So here's a self-portrait with Black Dog, and we start seeing kind of these things like the cane and the book, his pipe, things that are you know, might just appear to many of us today as just sort of like, I don't know, that's just what he had. but they're part, again, of the mythology that Courbet is building about himself, of this the wanderer, the explorer, the adventurer, you know, what might be called decades later as like the dandy, right? Like the Oscar Wilde character who's sort of the man about town. Here we have like Courbet with his walking stick, and I don't think Courbet had any. I guess I didn't look into it, but I don't think he ever, as far as I know, had any sort of impediment that required him to have a walking stick. That walking stick is sort of a signal of like, I am ready to go at an instant. I got my book, I got my pipe, and I got my stick. Where are we going? Let's go on an adventure, right? So it's a potent symbol of his outsider nature, that he's come in from a distance. He's walked across fields and circumnavigated the country to be where we are. And after this moment, he's gonna go off again on some whatever direction. No one knows, right? So that's and he uses this symbol of him being this adventurer in the landscape many times. Obviously, today's portrait here of the desperate man, the guy looking into the mirror. Like, you can imagine how difficult it would be to paint this kind of image, right? This is before photography, so it's not like you can take a selfie or get someone to take his picture and then he's going to do it. This would be pretty difficult to do back in the day. I want to get to okay, here we go. So this here is, you know, kind of this is a painting from much later, but a perfect example, or maybe the culmination of this idea that I'm talking about here, where, you know, it's called like the meeting or la rencontre. You know, here's Courbet with his walking stick, you know, his canvases, his easel, everything packed away in here, and, you know, he's in kind of clothes that are a little bit more informal than these guys here, and he's on this, you know, he's in the middle of the countryside. We see this, you know, stagecoach rumbling by in the background, right? So it gives us a sense of like, here's the wanderer, the Courbet, the man from the countryside, you know, paying, you know, us a visit on his way to who knows where. And I think, you know, I love this painting. It's obviously is a very famous painting in art history. You know, perhaps one day I would like to do it as part of one of these episodes, but this would be one of those like 8-9 hour paintings. So I don't know how many of those I have left in me. But let's see. So, you'll also see there's a lot of nudes that he features in his work. So I'll try to skip over some of those for some of our younger viewers here. In fact, these are even from a little bit later. Really, so let me see if we can find some of these in here. So some of these like early paintings, you know, he's exploring landscapes, self-portraiture. He's often painting his friends and some collectors. He's doing commissions, little portraits here and there to survive. You know, again, these all kind of start to appear like himself, like him in The Lovers, right? So he's not just making paintings of himself, but he's telling little stories, little vignettes of his own life, which is another thing that we're going to start to see here. Because Courbet, while many of the artists that he studied from were part of the Romantic tradition, which was kind of something that had been important in Paris or France or throughout Europe for the past maybe generation or two, and Romanticism was itself in opposition to Classicism or Neoclassicism. Courbet is really the founder of the realist movement. I don't think, well, maybe in his manifesto he did mention that directly, but you know, so when Courbet comes on the scene, you kind of have two main schools of thought in both, not only just painting, but in literature, philosophy, poetry, sculpture, on and on and on. And those two main thoughts are Classicism and now Romanticism. So Classicism had existed for, you know, I was going to say from like the Greek and Roman times, but Classicism kind of, you know, goes all the way back to, you know, Greco-Roman sculpture and painting, right? And then kind of you have a period where after kind of the fall of the Roman Empire, kind of the rise of medieval art, and then the kind of Renaissance is like a return to classical art. And then there's a few movements, Baroque afterwards, Rococo, and then kind of the Neoclassicism is kind of a return to the Renaissance. And then the reaction to Neoclassicism is Romanticism. I don't know why I'm doing this, but with my fingers, it seems somehow these movements can be kind of grasped, which is really not a good description, because they're all kind of very fluid. Many of these artists kind of move from one camp back and forth. But long story short, you have Romanticism, which is kind of a reaction to Classicism, and Romanticism is like is kind of an appreciation of folk art, of medieval art, of personal expression, of exploring emotions, and so really, in fact, actually, this painting we're looking at today is considered to be still kind of part of the Romantic approach to making art. Like this guy, like, you know, like I'm in distress. This desperate man is like, is a very romantic kind of image. Something which, you know, is in itself, again, a reaction to classical art. Like classical art, you wouldn't really see this quite of a dramatic pose, right? People are much more stoic, and if you were to do a self-portrait, whereas here Courbet is like this kind of intensity. But one of the things with Courbet is, I think, especially because he didn't go to art school like most other artists of the time, is he didn't learn the academic traditions that were popular or taught in the classical method, and even many Romantic artists learned the academic techniques. And academic techniques is, you know, this very kind of like you're studying the classics, right? You're going back to basics, and there's this idea that there is one way to do things, and your goal as an artist is to replicate that one way as best as possible. The Romantics kind of break open the door to more individual personal expression, but the ideas are still mostly conveying ideas from the past. Courbet, though, is really the first artist to say, why are we looking at the past? Let's talk about what's going on right now. Let's examine the world in which we live right now. let's paint our friends, our family, our community. And let's not just make paintings of them, but, you know, use them as models for mythological characters or people from history, but let's paint them as they are. So if I'm going to make a painting of, you know, some peasant, rather than kind of, you know, they're an allegory for some, you know, story from Greek myth. No, it's a peasant that I saw working in, you know, on the side of the road. Like this painting, the Stone Breakers, which was really kind of considered to be Courbet's first great masterpiece. And it happens after this painting, a few years after. But here, Courbet sees these guys, the Stone Breakers, who are, you know, just, they take big rocks and they're breaking them into smaller rocks that can be used for all sorts of other purposes, like maybe building roads, etc., right, as kind of like infill to help with drainage or people's gardens, etc., or pathways, all sorts of little things that the smaller rocks can be used for. But it's like back-breaking labor. Like, you know, you can imagine how, if you're hitting a rock with a hammer, if you just do that like a few times, your hands feel that tingling quality, right? This like doesn't go away for a few hours. Imagine doing that every day for like 10 hours for, you know, decades, right? Your hands would just be covered in blisters and scars, right? And so we've got like this kind of older man with this younger man, his apprentice here, who's loading them up, right? And so Courbet sees this and he's attracted to kind of the rawness of this activity, and he paints these men exactly as he sees them, right? He's not trying to even glamorize what they're doing, right? In fact, one of the comments that starts to come up with Courbet is sometimes his paintings appear ugly, right? And that he's deliberately making ugly paintings. I don't know if Courbet, I'm sure he's like, is that seems, I'm kind, in some ways that seems flattering, in some ways that seems really mean. I'm not sure how to take that comment. But this sort of unvarnished truth, right, of reality, is something that people hadn't seen before, and it's kind of shocking and leads to Courbet's work being rejected by the Salon over and over and over again. And we've talked about the Salon in like many of these episodes because there were salons throughout Europe which were kind of that the academies oversaw, and people would submit their work to the Salon, and if your work was accepted by these old bearded white guys, then your work would be hung in this giant gymnasium, and then people would come in and see them, and then that's how often they would buy them, right? They'd be like, oh, I like that work hanging right up by the ceiling. Oh, that's cool. And they'd sometimes have binoculars to look at your work up near the ceiling, right? That's how, you know, European art, and eventually even in Canada, the United States, was from like the 1600s to like the late 1800s. And so Courbet submits his work to the Salon and is rejected over and over and over again, and it's just like, my goodness, because the academics, the jurors who oversaw the Salon, you know, rightly saw Courbet's work as kind of a challenge to the work that they were promoting, right? By kind of having a jury, they could, you know, they could not only decide what would be in and out of the Salon every year, but they could really direct the kind of art that was being made. Because if you were like Courbet, submitting work over and over and over to the Salon and gets rejected, eventually you're just going to give up. You're just like, pfft. Well, because if you're not in the Salon, no one is going to buy your work. You'd have to find someone who would be willing to buy kind of unapproved art. Like, we don't really have anything like that today. It's hard to kind of even imagine what... I can't. Yeah, but because basically art needed that official stamp of approval. So, you know, and so much of why people buy art is often for social reasons, especially back then, where you'd want to have a big painting on the wall that would affirm your status and the money that you've spent, and therefore earned. And so if you and you'd be able to say, oh yes, the head of the academy, this got the gold medal at the last salon, and people are like, wow, you got the gold medal piece, like you're really connected into society, right? So if you had a painting that was like, oh, this one was rejected by the salon, people would be like, why did you buy that? Like, this is probably a terrible artwork. Oh my goodness, John bought a painting that didn't make it that was rejected by the salon. Like, like it would be like buying, something that had been declared, like some vitamin that was recalled by the FDA or something. You'd be like, this is like poison. Why would you buy it and eat it? Why would you buy this and hang it on your wall? You're crazy, right? So you'd really have to have like very understanding supporters in order to make a living. And so Courbet, had a little bit of money from his father to live on, but was, when he was not submitting paintings to the salon, he's making these portraits of friends and of connoisseurs. And so, like, those portraits are generally not the ones, though, that would often be exhibited in the salon, unless it was of, like, a really notable figure. So, Courbet is sort of fighting this uphill battle throughout most of his career. And he eventually does get a painting in the salon. And which one was that? I think it was this one here, the Dinner at Ornans. So this is kind of a breakthrough for him. And so this actually won an award at the salon, and also so now he's got his foot in the door. And back in the day, if you won the gold medal at the salon, you were sort of given like a lifetime membership that now you didn't need the approval of the jury. You could just submit work and they would hang it on the wall. And so Courbet is a pretty smart guy. He knows that, like, okay, if I have to play by your rules, I'll play by your rules. And when I get my foot in that door, I'm going to kick it open. So that's what he does. He gets into the salon, and then he starts, like, making these bigger paintings, these paintings that have, kind of fall out increasingly further outside of what the Academy deems as acceptable. And those paintings start to become bigger and bigger and start to feature more and more realist kinds of themes. Like we talked about the Stonebreakers. This next painting, The Burial at Ornans, is basically a document of, I think it was his grandfather's funeral. Let me just get this right. Can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was one of his family members here. I thought it was his grandfather, but that might be something I just remember from 20 years ago. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so okay, so here's a scholar who claims that it was the funeral of Courbet's grandfather, Udot, who died the year before. Either way, it's a funeral in Ornans, in Courbet's hometown, and these are all of the people in the community that attended that funeral. And so it's, it's like a photograph intended to be of this family event, right? Or at least local community event. And remember, Ornans is a fairly small town, so all of these people would have been family, friends. Maybe Gustave Courbet himself wasn't acquainted with all of them, but maybe knew some of these people when he was growing up. But when he was working on this painting, he made sketches of all of the people that were there and incorporated them into the painting. And this is like, again, you look at this painting, you're like, okay, it's a funeral. Like, okay, big deal. And then, okay, it's a funeral of some local guy who happens to be the grandfather, maybe, of the artist. Okay, big deal. But at the time, this is a big deal, because what we're talking, this kind of thing is what we might call a genre painting, or even a history painting. And history painting, genre painting, is at the top of the hierarchy of types of painting that you can make. So at the very top, you have history and genre painting, paintings of the coronation of kings, of the death of famous, or philosophers, or popes, like big moments throughout human history. And for Courbet to paint this very personal moment is significant. And this is also a huge painting. Let's just in terms of scale. So 315 centimeters. That's so that's basically 3 meters wide. So you're talking about basically half the length of a city bus, like as long as like a big pickup truck kind of thing. Or no, sorry, that's 6 meters. So yeah, that's 6 arms lengths wide. So yeah, you're getting pretty, and then 3 meters tall. So it's this is like the height of Shaquille O'Neal kind of thing. Like this is a big painting. And so those big paintings are reserved for really important moments in history. And so the fact that Courbet paints this genre painting of his family is kind of weird. It's because, the immediate thing is like, well, why does anybody care about your grandfather's funeral? Like, and why would you make it so big? Who's going to want this painting? It's of such a personal moment. It's irrelevant to the vast majority of people. Like, it's a crazy thing to do. Like, even as I mentioned it, as I think about it, it's like, that is kind of nuts, right? Like, why? Who would want to buy a painting like this, right? Unless it was like even in today, it's not like, if I did a painting of my grandfather's funeral, it's like, how many collectors would want to put that in their home? So it has to be for like, a museum or gallery to exhibit this, like a big, a community center, a hall, city hall, that kind of thing. That's the only place that would be able to exhibit something like this. So already that is just like, didn't you consider the where this kind of thing would go? So that in itself is kind of wild. And then just the way it's painted is unlike the way a lot of things had been painted before. It's not really a classical work, because, first of all, classical works would have a more grand kind of quality to them, right? Just the organization of these figures. Everyone's just sort of standing still. They're not doing anything heroic, or, there's not a lot of movement in here. It's fairly, one might even say, boring, right? And it's not romantic either, the kind of the other main strain of art being produced at the time, because if it was a romantic painting, we might see, like, people weeping, oh, grandpa, oh, right? You'd see probably some of these women collapsed on the ground and somebody holding them, like, it's gonna be all right, oh, right? There's just be lots of emotion and drama. It would be just like, you'd have a beam of light from heaven on the grave site here on the bottom. It would be, very dramatic. And so we don't really have either of those in this painting. It's kind of like a fly on the wall at this small village funeral for, I don't know what his grandfather's business was, but, maybe he was sort of a, middle-class farmer or something, so Courbet is just throwing all of the conventions out the window and doing things that that seem totally nonsensical. And, you know, maybe that has something to do with Courbet not having gone to art school and not, you know, studied in the typical way. So maybe, you know, one might say Courbet just didn't know any better, right? And you, oh, I'm not supposed to do this. Gosh, I didn't know. Okay, well, I will fix this. I will never do that again. That's not Courbet. You know, here's another grand painting by Courbet where you have, this is called the Artist's Studio. And here in the Artist's Studio, you have Courbet here painting away, and his family and his dog and a model. But you also have this kind of division of people here between sort of friends and family and kind of the people that are that he considers to be the kind of negative influences in society. So I just went before. I just want to. Where is? Okay. So on the left-hand side of the painting, you have kind of like the everyday life of France, and you have many of these people. So some of these are like poor people. You have like grave diggers and priests. You have like a skull here. One of these figures is also based upon Napoleon III, who was the emperor of France at the time. And so he's kind of grouping all of these kind of what he would consider like undesirable figures that represent death. You know, people, the poor, the elite, the government, all kind of falling into this category with the grave digger himself, right? The people that really he doesn't see as contributing much to society. And then on the right side, you have all of his friends, like the poet Charles Baudelaire, being one of his friends and supporters, and other people that he saw as sort of trying to advance French culture and society, and that were much more progressive, including Proudhon, who was like a politician and author, philosopher, a political philosopher, who really championed kind of like left-wing politics, etc. Father of anarchism. So if you look into like the history of anarchism, like maybe Proudhon would be probably ground zero. So you see sort of he's making so this painting, which again might seem kind of innocuous, is pretty loaded, and the fact that he's got the emperor grouped in with kind of his, you know, the less desirable characters is very provocative, right? So this painting, along with a number of other paintings, he submits to the salon. And at the time, the salon is like, okay, listen, we gave you this medal that for your painting, that, you know, and we did say yes, that once you got that gold medal, that we would exhibit anything you sent us. But you're sending us like dozens and dozens of artwork, and some of them are huge. Like, you know, yes, the salon is often exhibited in like a great hall. Like, you imagine like a giant gymnasium, airplane hangar type of space where paintings are hung floor to the ceiling. But, you know, there's like hundreds of artists exhibiting simultaneously. And here's Gustave Courbet, who's shipping in these giant canvases which are taking up all the wall space. And the jurors are like, Gustave, like, what are we supposed to do? You're like, you can't show all of this work this year. Like, it's just, and so Gustave Courbet is like, okay, you know what? I'm going to take all my work and see that empty building right next door to the exhibit hall. Well, I'm going to rent the building next door, and I'm going to fill it with all of my own art. So he does exactly that. He mounts his own competing exhibition featuring only his art right next to the salon, and which is like one of the most audacious gestures in art history, at least up until this point. The exhibition itself was a little bit of was basically a failure. He didn't sell as many tickets to get into that pavilion, nor did he sell much art in that exhibition, and it was largely ridiculed by the public and by critics. But it was a monument, one of the most influential acts in art history up until this point, because all of the artists in Paris who saw this happen were just like I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that if the salon didn't exhibit your work, that you could just mount your own exhibition. You could just rent a space and put your own art up on the wall, and just bypass the salon directly. And they'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. It wasn't like a roaring success. It didn't sell, hundreds and thousands of tickets, and there weren't lineups to get in, and not all of the paintings sold. But that very act of saying, you know what, I don't need your space, I don't need your approval, I'm going to do whatever I want to do, and if you don't like it, tough luck, right? You can't stop me from hanging my work in the building next door and charging my own admission, right? And so that is basically makes Courbet like a hero to artists for generations afterwards, right? This is the inspiration for the Impressionist artists having their own independent exhibitions, the Salon des Indépendants. It eventually leads to another exhibition just a few years later called the Salon des Refusés. And now it's not uncommon for artists to have their own exhibitions, to rent their own spaces, to do their own things outside of the gallery system. So he is just like doing his own thing. Again, perhaps this comes from his own education of not knowing that this is not what you're supposed to do. It's like, no, Gustave, like, if they don't accept your work, you just pack your stuff up and you try again next year. Maybe you show a few paintings this year, and then next year you just show a few more. And maybe some of this more realist stuff, like the burial of your grandfather, like, come on, bud. Like, let's paint something with familiar subject matter, like, some famous battle or moment, the king announcing something, the birth of a new prince or something. But like, let's find something that more relatable to more people. And so Courbet is just like, that's makes him like an eternal hero to artists around the world, of him just giving the thumbs to the people, the authority figures. And that makes him a counterculture hero. And he becomes probably one of the very first artists to be to have that level of public notoriety, where now you start seeing caricatures of Courbet in the newspaper. Today he would be kind of like the guy that might start appearing on all the talk shows, the chat shows, the television news programs. And whenever there was something going on, he'd be the first person people would call or write to or knock on the door for a quote or a comment. Because, again, before Courbet, the everyday person probably wouldn't be able to name a single artist. They might say, oh, I saw an article about this new painting that is now being hung at the Louvre. Oh, I have no idea who it's by, but probably that would be even a fairly educated person, a well-read, literate person, but certainly not just some guy going to work, digging ditches and stuff. Courbet is really one of the first artists to transcend into the public sphere, and that is typified by what later happens here is, kind of bubbling under the surface of France and Paris at this time is some political upheaval, social upheaval, and you have kind of the weakening of the power of Napoleon III, and that so one of the things that Napoleon does is he confers the Legion of Honor to Courbet, sort of hoping to ingratiate the emperor, hoping to ingratiate himself with more left-wing revolutionary type figures like, what if I give Courbet, who's now become kind of the symbol of an independent artist, if I give him the Legion of Honor, then that I can kind of take his power. Now he kind of becomes one of us. He'll show up to the ceremony, we'll pin something on his lapel, and now he will be like this respected gentleman, part of, this great procession of great artists throughout history. And so we can then kind of usurp his power for ourselves. Courbet does a very Courbet thing, though, and declines the honor. And is like, I don't want your fancy award. I don't want to go to your fancy party. He's sort of like Marlon Brando not showing up to the Academy Awards and instead sending a Native American to accept the award on his behalf, right? Something that caused all sorts of controversy when it happened. Right, it's a very provocative gesture, like almost to the point of like putting himself into like mortal danger, right? Like you don't refuse an honor like that, like that's a big political step. So then you have, and I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but essentially there's the Franco-Prussian War, so this war between France and Germany, and it's like, it's basically this disaster. It for both countries, hundreds of thousands of people, soldiers are killed in it. It's ruins the economy of both countries to an extent, and causes all sorts of public social upheaval. And during that conflict, Courbet writes an essay saying that this big kind of column that was in this large kind of plaza in Paris, it should be, and it was kind of a monument to the sacrifice of soldiers, that it should be melted down and turned into a monument to French and German cooperation in the spirit of togetherness. And after the war ends, people start coming to him and being like, what did you want to take? You want to melt down this statue to our soldiers and make it partially a monument to German soldiers? Are you insane? And we're going to put, like, what are you talking about? And so that immediately just makes Courbet, like, with a big target on his back, right? You could just imagine somebody trying to do that. Like, imagine a monument to Canadian or American soldiers in Washington, D.C. or something, or Ottawa, capital of Canada, or wherever you're watching right now, a veterans memorial, and suggesting that we melt it down and remake it as like a peace memorial to the opposing army as well, right? People will be like, that is, you know, in a way, it's like it's a beautiful gesture, but it's also kind of, you know, those kinds of things upset people a lot, right? So and Courbet kind of he doesn't really back down from that. And later, when there's another public upheaval, this called the Paris Commune, in which basically there's kind of like a revolution that overtakes the French government for like a couple of months, or I think it's really a month or so. I can't remember how long the Paris Commune ran. Basically, the government is sort of overthrown for a short period of time, and Courbet is given like a position to kind of oversee kind of some of the artistic monuments and things in Paris. And there's confusion as to exactly what happens, but this column is actually torn down, and whether Courbet gave the direct order or not, people know, who knows exactly what happened. It was a pretty chaotic moment, but it doesn't take long before the Paris Commune is overthrown and quote unquote order is restored. But obviously, when that happens, Courbet is kind of seen as like the most visible figure, public figure of all of this commotion. And the fact that this column that he had talked about knocking down before is now actually down, well, Courbet is seen as responsible for all of it. He's like, if you hadn't been there and causing all this trouble, that column would still be up. And so first of all, they threw him in jail. I mean, the fact that Courbet had kind of made links with some powerful people kind of made his jail sentence kind of on the easier side of things. Like, it's basically 6 months. He's thrown in jail. And while he's in jail, they allow him to have some of his paints and easels. They won't let him paint from real models, but they allow him to paint a series of still lifes, a series of these still lifes, which becomes actually quite famous. Just like simple bowls and fruits, but they're like basically what he was given to eat while he was in jail. So those also become kind of very powerful symbols in his own mythology. But after he's imprisoned and he's given basically this huge penalty. It's like, okay, well, you know that column we knocked down, or that was knocked down under your direction when the Paris Commune was in force? Well, you're going to have to pay every penny to put it back up there. And so you now owe us like this outrageous sum. Like, you know, in today's money, it would be like, okay, you owe us, you know, $100 million, or not 100, it'd be like probably like $2 million to, you know, if that happened to me, it'd be like, how am I going to come up with $2 million to put up this column? I'm an artist, and I might be on the front cover of the newspaper, but I don't have $2 million of cash in the bank. Have you seen my balance lately, right? So Courbet goes into hiding, he goes into exile, he goes to Switzerland, where basically he spends the rest of his life. So he's in kind of in isolation in Switzerland. I don't think he'd ever visited there. He had gone to a few trips like to Holland when he was younger, which is another thing that really inspired his interest in realism, because the Dutch were a little bit ahead of their time in promoting art that was more quote unquote what became known as realism later. Anyway, he spends this next like 5-6 years of his life in exile, drinking a lot. He exhibited in the Salon in Switzerland. Like, I'm sure probably when he gets to Switzerland, he's sort of like a towering figure in art, like one of the more famous artists around in Switzerland at the time. So they're kind of happy to have him there to a certain extent. But he, I think it's literally like the day that he was set to make his first big payment to replace the column is when he dies. On December 31st, 1877, a day before the first installment was due, he dies at age 58. of liver disease aggravated by heavy drinking. So, you know, this guy who had lived this sensational life, a revolutionary not just in his art, but also in his politics, passes away with having left this legacy of really groundbreaking art, had really established realism as a art movement to stay, that has reverberations throughout, again, not just painting, but sculpture and poetry and literature and so on. You know, that Courbet is also seen as a obviously influenced the Impressionists. The Impressionists felt emboldened by Courbet and his desire to kind of go outside the galleries and salon system and exhibit their own artwork, to paint, pictures of their friends having picnics, like here Monet doing the same sort of thing and incorporating Courbet into his painting. But you also have Courbet becomes like a hero to the avant-garde in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Like artists like Picasso and Braque see Courbet as kind of a proto-cubist figure, someone that really challenged the way paintings could be made and what they are of. The way that Courbet used his palette knife to apply paint, because, I might as well talk about that here. Like the palette knife is intended to mix paint on your palette, right? So you're using, often in the past, artists would grind their own pigments. So you'd have like a pestle and mortar, and you might have some rocks or bugs, and you grind them up. And then you might have, like linseed oil, and you add that to it, and you grind it up. And then you take, you can dump it out onto like some sort of like aluminum or like silver kind of tray or piece of glass. And then you're mixing it together, trying to get the consistency to be as consistent as possible, that you can then paint from. And then you're mixing the paints often with your palette knife. Courbet, though, because he's painting he's such a prolific artist, so many artworks, instead of just mixing the paint on the palette and then picking up a paintbrush and painting with that, he's just taking that palette knife and just starting to apply the paint right onto the canvas. And so you can see how that would not only influence like the cubist painters who are trying to kind of challenge the way art is made, but even you go so far as like, say, Jackson Pollock dripping paint on a canvas, people pouring paint, dyes like Morris Lewis, or even like, or Yves Klein taking, getting nude women to get covered in blue paint and press their bodies up against canvases in the late 50s, early 60s, right? Like, Courbet, there's so many aspects of his career that sort of are wildly iconoclastic, doing everything quote unquote wrong. And so therefore future generations look back and be like, wow, if you can do that, what else is up for questioning? What else have we been taught that we just assume that's the way it's done, that is ripe for being challenged and for somebody to do something completely different from? So Courbet, one of the most interesting artists throughout art history, a major innovator and major influence to a lot of artists. Sadly, a number of his artworks were lost or stolen during World War II. Kind of famously, I believe it's the Stonebreakers. I'm pretty sure was destroyed. Yeah, so in the bombing of Dresden by the Americans and British and probably Canadians, the Allies just totally destroyed Dresden, Germany. I mean, some people even to this day call that bombing a war crime. World War II was a nasty, nasty war, but Dresden was this beautiful kind of old city. It was also where there was a lot of industry, but towards the end of the war, there was speculation that there really, wasn't a lot going on. The Germans were kind of on the run at that time, but the Allies just flattened it. And so it was a kind of similar kind of gesture to what happened in Japan with the nuclear detonations there. There was debate, is like, was this really necessary, or was this more just like a show of force to try to make the Germans capitulate? Either way, I think there was an attempt by the Nazis or local officials, whatever, to spirit away as much art as possible as the city was being bombed. And one of those trucks loaded up with paintings, 153 other paintings, was bombed on its way to kind of this kind of fortress, these tunnels that had been built into this hillside. So tragic that his work and many other paintings were lost during the war. It's actually kind of remarkable that we have a photo of this quality prior to World War II that survives to at least document this painting. But Courbet made lots of other paintings, so there's many other ones that have survived the war. Yeah, super interesting fellow. And I think it's probably, now that I've been chatting about him for so long, time for me to move on. I just, whoa, look at all the comments in the chat. Asnul says, I'm half sleeping and watching the stream. Abdul says, I'm really thankful to have you. Have a nice day. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for saying so. That's so generous. Kathy's got her notebook out there to write down details. Host is there. Hi, Host. Nice to see you. Goodman's there. Hi, Goodman. Ismo's there. Hi, Ismo. Randall is there. Ari says, I kind of like Courbet now, despite... Oh, I wrote on the Facebook group, you wrote about some traumatic project you had to do back in high school. It did not go well. You had to do a project on Courbet. So let's I think let's get right into this painting here. Now that I have exhausted everyone talking about the biography of this really interesting artist, let's start a little underpainting and get this thing going. So let's look at the painting itself, and maybe just do a quick little examination of the technique here. So just looking in the chat there, Goodman was almost done the last painting and then threw it in the trash. Oh man. Okay. So as I look at this painting, some of the things I notice is it kind of appears that Courbet I think he's definitely I would say that his Imprimatura is probably pretty dark. I think he's kind of like what we were talking. Whose painting did we do recently that started off really dark and then we kind of brightened it back up again? So I'm just trying to consider maybe darkening this whole thing. Like, I think he's basically got like a dark brown Imprimatura. So, I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm gonna keep it like this. I'm just gonna start painting. I'm gonna mix a pretty I'm gonna mix like a dark brown that I'm gonna use for my underpainting here. I'm going to do this with I'm going to make a warm brown. So I'm going to take my warm yellow, lots of warm red. I'm making a big batch because there's a lot of brown in this painting, so. So you see I took a lot of yellow, a lot of red, not as much blue. The more blue I put in here, the darker it's going to get. I'm going to go darker still. So I'm going to take a big scoop of this blue. So the more blue we add to a brown, the darker that brown is going to be. I think that's pretty good. I am almost tempted to put this across the painting as a Imprimatura, because okay, so what I see here with his painting is these aren't outlines as much as he's painted a this is a dark brown line that was painted first, and then he's painting this white right up to the line. This reminds me of the Henrietta Shore painting we did a while ago. We did a painting by Henrietta Shore of some flowers, and I think it was an iris, maybe. And then we instead of doing outlines, we just left the original lines underneath there intact. Oh, Gustave, what should we do here? Okay, I think I am gonna put this across the whole surface. So I'm gonna take this brown, make more of it. Okay. I'm gonna use my matte medium in here. Okay, let's see. Okay, that's good. So that's a dark brown. I'm gonna go over top of those lines again. I could have painted my black outlines or first, my underpainting lines, and then painted this brown over top. But that what would happen is that the brown would kind of almost lighten those lines. And what I want to do next is to paint even darker lines on top of this brown. So you just want to be careful if you're going to do something like this. Like, that's why I put that matte medium in there, because if I didn't put matte medium, this would just be so dark that I would have just lost all my pencil lines. Now, we could do another transfer over top of this, but you know, if we don't have to do it a second time, that would be good. So, take more of this warm blue. Get a really nice dark color in here. Now let's do a bit of outlining. So this color is going to almost appear a little bit bluish. I could make it into, or a little bit purplish. I could make it into a black if I wanted, but I think I'm just going to keep it with a little bit of color on there. So, you know, obviously Courbet did not put that yellow down. He would have just probably, I'm not exactly sure how he would have done this, but he might have just primed it with this brown. He probably also just kind of combined what I'm doing now, what I'm about to do now with lines, with this dark color, just by putting less, well, it probably would have been turpentine back in the day. Because he's painting with oil paints, right? So he would have put this kind of like thin wash over top, probably with a rag or big brush, just slopping it on, and then would have probably just taken a smaller brush with the same paint, but just instead of thinning it out, painted, sketched things in. I was talking about how handsome he is. Oh, Gustave, you're so handsome. You're such a bad boy, Gustave. Always getting yourself in trouble. So I'm not making the thinnest lines that I can make here. Because when I paint lighter colors over top, kind of trim things down. I'm gonna try to have maybe as little thick ridges here as possible. So if I see kind of big areas of texture, I'm just going to kind of wipe them down a bit. Goodman says, love your hand skill, Mr. Markowsky. Great job. Well, I appreciate this. I'm kind of painting kind of sloppily, though. So, you know, again, with this kind of thing, I'm not taking my time to do really pretty, nice little lines, and everything's kind of carefully outlined. I'm kind of just applying fairly thick or wide brush strokes. Give myself a little bit of latitude when I'm painting these colors later on over top of it. So far this method of painting right here is actually pretty typical of how a lot of artists painted from like the Renaissance forward. In fact, this might be one of the, like, you know, oddly enough, despite you know this episode focusing on Courbet, what we're doing right now is something that, let's see. Okay. Painting, probably amongst the most like traditional sort of approaches, which is very ironic. But we'll get to some of the more wild things that he did. That's the question. Goodness, is what's the difference between pencil and colors and painting? Is the painting you can add multiple layers of colors in the same spot, but the pencil doesn't? Oh, and that's the difference. The difference between pencils and paint. Well, kind of like apples and oranges, really. I mean, they're so different that when you go to university, you tend to either choose drawing or painting. So in my case, when I went to art school, I studied painting, but my major was in drawing. And so drawing is primarily focused on lines and trying to find where the line goes, right? And so just think about how difficult it is to find, I mean, if you're drawing eyes, no problem. There's lots of lines around the eyes to draw. When you draw a nose, there's no lines there. Even the nostrils kind of appear a little bit different depending on what angle you're looking at. So it's all about trying to figure out where to put lines, maybe where no line exists, right? As you know, this is oversimplification of whereas painting is all about color. Even if you're painting in black and white, you're applying, you know, shapes as opposed to the outlines of shapes, and so you can fill in big areas of color really quickly. You know, a good artist is someone who kind of has a handle on drawing and painting. So, you know, so for instance, people would talk about Picasso being a master draftsman and that all of his painting was drawing based. Even his paintings, his sculpture, everything was kind of grows out of drawing. And cubism is a perfect example because it's very analytical. Like drawing is much closer to writing, right? And to describing things, like breaking a picture down into lines is sort of analogous to breaking it down with words. Versus color is probably much more closely associated with music, in that it's much more ambiguous, right? And so painting is and like music is good for trying to describe emotions, maybe things that are harder to nail down, or where you like. So you can think of like so Picasso being a great drawer, Matisse being a great colorist, right? And I mean these are oversimplifications, but let's just say on a broad scale, those are two people that are often seen as sort of like these opposing figures in modern art history, and also helping to simplify the difference between drawing and painting, Picasso and Matisse. so that, you know, if you're really interested in describing something with accuracy, you'd want to use drawing to delineate the boundaries between things. Someone who, on the other hand, says, I don't know, I find it really hard to just put a line, just draw a line in the sand somewhere. Like, it's so blurry. Well, then painting's your thing, because painting, you can blur those edges, and distinctions between become much more ambiguous, much more almost arbitrary. So the difference between making artwork with colored pencils versus painting with color, yes, well, with really nice colored pencils, you can layer them over and over. If you get cheap colored pencils, they're full of wax, and it's very hard to layer colors. But with nice colored pencils, you can layer them infinitely. Colored pencils, I suppose, can approximate to some extent painting, because you do have the opportunity to create a little bit more of a blurred edge, especially because some colored pencils are water soluble, so you can draw with them and then apply water on top of those pencil lines, and then they kind of bleed out. So, you know, like, for instance, when I was in art school, I took a lot of drawing classes and also some painting classes. And what always drove my painting teachers crazy is my almost constant need to outline things. I'd always want to outline things. And that probably comes from my formative interests in comic books. And I used to read a lot of Tintin, because I went to French school as a little kid. So I read a lot of French comics, and a lot of French comics that were available to kids like me in the 80s were things like Asterix and Tintin. What's the guy with the guns? There's the cowboy one. I love that one too. And that particular style of comics is actually is kind of called the Belgian clear line style. And the Belgian clear line style is like in Tintin, everything's outlined, right? In fact, there's almost no gradations of color. So a lot more like cartoons, Saturday morning cartoons I also grew up with, where everything was very flat, like almost like a stained glass window, right? You have a solid color surrounded by a black outline, right? Even on someone's face, as opposed to a lot of, I watch a lot of cartoons with my daughter, and a lot of stuff is done on the computers now and has this modeling of forms that is more like painting. So you have these more three-dimensional type of forms. And so you can get a little bit more of that modeling you get a lot more of it in painting. Drawing, you can do modeling of form, but it tends to be much more graphic. So like if you're using hatching or cross-hatching or stippling, a lot of the things we talk about in one of the in the whole drawing course that I taught here, free on YouTube, which you can watch. There's a link to it below, totally free. Very popular. Hundreds of thousands of people have watched it. It's no surprise, though, that one of the more popular drawing techniques is blending, and taking a pencil and then softening those edges in the same way that someone might do that with painting. So, yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think of those differences or similarities between painting and drawing. Those lines, though, have been blurred. I mean, kind of a pun, and kind of intended. in that, like when I was in school back in the late 90s, early 2000s, there was like a real, pretty strict difference between drawing and painting. And painting was seen as, at least back then, as a very fairly conservative, at least the school I started school at the Alberta College of Art in Calgary. So painting was like learning about color theory and how to mix paint. You would learn about the Imprimatura and setting up a palette and using different mediums, etc. Versus drawing, yes, it was about learning how to draw and sketch and stuff, but it was a lot more philosophical. It was like a lot more experimental. Like, so when I was in art school, if you were doing something that didn't fit into the traditional categories of painting, sculpture, glass blowing, ceramics, or graphic design or illustration, you would probably find yourself in drawing. So if you wanted to do video art, you wanted to do performance, sound art, conceptual art, you probably went into the drawing program. Because in drawing, it was much more, it was sort of like, you can do all sorts of other materials, but you're sort of still approaching them with the drawing mindset. So, it's, as I think about it, it's interesting that drawing, which is kind of seen as like making lines, putting a line down, maybe where things are kind of murky, put a line down, and yet it was the department that was, and it's not just in my art school, but really this is throughout art schools around the world, at least in the latter half of the 20th century. It's interesting that the drawing, which is all about like making a strong, bold decision between one thing or the other, like the edge of someone's face in a background, also happened to be the program that was allowed for the greatest diversity of approaches and materials. Because with drawing, you can draw with a stick in the sand, with a piece of charcoal on paper, with a nail on glass, or all sorts of, with a spray can on a wall. You could draw with your body in space like a dancer, right? You could use words on a wall or on a LED ticker tape kind of strip, or something, like with a kite, or with a float, with a plane that was making words in the sky. So you can draw, in space. Whereas painting, even though it can cover lots of ambiguity, it's still this colored mud that you're applying. It's painting. It's harder for painting to be so ambiguous. Like, yeah, painting can be pretty wild, but at the end of the day, painting is still generally a person with some sort of surface that are applying some kind of colored substance to, right? So yeah, there have been kind of more performative paintings, but people would probably consider Jackson Pollock, because he's dripping these lines all over the surface, to be more of a drawer than a painter, perhaps. And that was one of the things people would say at the time. These aren't even paintings. They're closer to performance than anything. Anyway, I digress. Is that is that a long answer to a simple question? Would Bob Ross be on your top 10 best artists list? Bob Ross. Would Bob Ross be one of my favorite artists? I really like Bob Ross. I'm less a fan of Bob Ross's paintings than his approach to art education and promoting art and making art accessible to people. Like, probably more than any artist I've featured, Bob Ross, I owe Bob Ross the biggest debt of all for painting on camera and doing paintings in real time. Like, Bob Ross, I mean, there were a few people before Bob Ross that were doing kind of what Bob Ross did, and if you watch some of the documentaries on Bob Ross, you'll see who some of those people are. Many of them have sadly been lost to history. Bob Ross wasn't the first person to paint on camera or have a TV show, but I'm certainly definitely indebted to Bob Ross big time. Like, if Bob Ross hadn't existed, I probably wouldn't be doing this. I wouldn't even think of doing it. I'm not the biggest fan of his actual landscapes and the paintings. You know, they're made to be done in 30 minutes or less. I think he had like even, so it was maybe like a little break before and after. So they're like 26-minute paintings. And to be able to paint an entire painting from beginning to end in 26 minutes is like ridiculous. And so the quality of what you can accomplish in that period of time is fairly narrow, right? It's amazing what he was able to do. But, you know, if we had said, like, okay, Bob, you got 5 hours to work on this painting, I think he would have worked very differently. He probably would not have been using a palette knife like Courbet did to apply paint so quickly. Because, you know, with a palette knife, you can put in a color within instants, right? So, yeah, good. More good questions here. On my opinion, painting is much smoother than drawing. You can describe your thoughts and emotions freely on painting, but drawing you find a little difficult. Perhaps, you know, it's different for everybody. Like somebody who's a ballet dancer would be like, I would find it very difficult to express myself at all, whether it's painting or drawing or poetry, but I can express my thoughts freely with dance. And the violinist would say, like, I dance, are you kidding me? I can't dance or draw or paint, but with a violin I can communicate. So they're different tools to help us express ourselves and our ideas, our feelings, emotions. So maybe for you, you can express yourself easier with painting than drawing, but that's totally you, right? Some other people would feel totally different. So we can't really make that generalization that it's easier to express yourself with painting. Again, some people would vehemently disagree. On pencil, you try to make a realistic drawing. It's much harder than a painting. Again, yeah, maybe for you. There's some people who are, you know, I'm sure we've all seen pencil drawings that are hyper realistic. And then we've seen paintings that are very abstract. So, you know, Chuck Close would be a great example of someone who painted drew very realistically. And then his paintings of people were very abstract, or not very, or semi-abstract. Haas says, it seems to me that everything here is individual. Some draw well with paints, others with pencil. Yes, exactly. Ari says, I'm going to sleep. Have a great painting session, day or night, everyone. Goodman says, 3D modeling needs more math and physics to do it. That's the irony as well, right? Yeah, it's that it is kind of more like painting, but in a way it's like drawing times 10. So trying to categorize everything nice and neatly and make these divisions is very difficult and leads to all sorts of disagreements. And, you know, that's, you know, people have been arguing about all this stuff I've been just talking about for centuries now. Chase says, hey Mike, can we get an episode of you dressed as Bob Ross? I did wear a big frizzy Bob Ross wig when I did my Bob Ross episode. Which one of them or two of them? I can't. I did wear a wig. I had a big fro for that for sure. So that episode is there somewhere on my channel. Haas is... Goodman, you're very versatile and talented. Paul says, how's your graphic novel? I'd like to order one. Well, it's going to be another year and a half or so. I'm still plowing away there. Still lots of work to do. I'm hand painting the whole thing, so it's a labor of love. Abdul says, sir, I want to show you my sketching from your classes I learned. Please. So you have to join the Facebook group and upload your work to the Facebook group. So I'll just put the link right in here. So send a request to the Facebook group and we'll take a look. And then I have an Instagram account, but I haven't looked at it in maybe a year and a half. So if you send me an Instagram message, is it going to go into a void? So join the Facebook group. That's how you get your work into a future feedback episode. Okay, let me get back to work here. I think I'm still in this underpainting phase, I think. Do I want to... You know what? Let's move on. I was going to do more underpainting here to sort of darken things down, but I think I'll just do that, fold it into the next step, especially since I've been blabbing on for so long. Lots of great questions, though. I love these questions. So let's tackle the background now. And so we're going to start putting in some color over top of our underpainting. So let's take a look at the original and think about basically the background is just a few little triangular slivers of color back there. But so what color is that? It's like a kind of muddy, dark color. So colors like that are really tricky, just sort of like a brownish, got a little bit of white in there. So I think what I'll do, I'm going to mix a cool brown. So I'm going to take my cool yellow and cool red. That's pretty close. I think it's going to also behave differently when I get it onto the canvas. Okay. Oops, not that way. So that color works. It's just now a little bit transparent. I didn't put any medium or even any white in there. I'm gonna blow dry this, and then I'm just gonna paint a second coat on there. I don't know what's going on with the chat there, but trying to send pictures. I'm not sure if you're talking to me or not. Just mix up a bigger batch of this. Too much yellow in there, darn it. Oh, actually, maybe that's not bad. Now it's a little bit more on the black side of things. Let's see how this goes. I may... See, it's kind of gone a little bit gray. Actually, not bad. Yeah, maybe that's okay. We can always glaze another color over top of there later. Kathy asks if you can pre-order my my book. No, I'm still far away. Sure, my publisher would love it if we were at the time of pre-orders, but don't worry. When I get anywhere near being done, everyone watching right now will be probably some of the first people to know. Just gonna darken in some of these darker areas already. That color back there, let's take some white. batch of it. I think that's pretty close. Good enough for right now, anyway. Probably should have put a bit of glazing fluid in there to make it slightly less opaque, but that's okay. Oh, down here. Yeah, I mean, like, that color is pretty enigmatic. You know, it's like, when I look at it, it's like kind of green, kind of brown, kind of yellowy. So I think I think I kind of almost had it closer on my palette, but when I applied it on here, it seems to kind of got a little bit more reddish. And that's because there's this brown Imprimatura underneath. Or I guess there's the yellow and then the brown underpainting. And that's going to influence the way that color looks. So, that's the one thing about painting Imprimatura, is it will modify the colors as you paint over them. And so you kind of have to learn to take that, to kind of calculate that, factor it into the painting. So let's move on here. Now that we got the background started, let's work on the foreground for a little bit, and then we're going to come back to the background and finish that off. Because that is also going to help us. Right now, when we look at the backgrounds, like, the colors are slightly off. What is off about them? What can we fix? Well, it's hard to really judge that when we've got so much of the rest of the painting incomplete. Once we start getting parts of the rest of the painting established, that's going to make it easier to see how to, tinker with the background. If at all, maybe we look at it and we're like, yeah, it's fine like that. Let's just move on. So let's look at the original. And where should we start here? I think I'm going to start with a little bit of the clothing to build up to that, and then we'll do the face a little bit afterwards. So that gives us a little bit of, gives me time to kind of learn a little bit more about Courbet's approach, because I don't typically start with such a dark underpainting. I usually have that yellow, and so usually what I like doing is starting with a mid value, and then I can darken a little bit and lighten a little bit, and then just keep expanding outwards. Courbet, on the other hand, is kind of starting much lower, so we can darken a little bit, but mostly what we're doing is lightening up above. So this is a different approach than I typically use, so I'm going to kind of build up my confidence and experiment in some of the lighter, some areas that are going to be less of a focus for people, right? Most people aren't going to spend most of their time looking at the sleeves and the folds, and the sleeves are going to be mostly focusing on the face and the eyes, right? That's where all the drama is. It's not that the arms aren't, you know, important. It's just that they, you know, artists like myself might spend most of their time looking at those folds and, wow, that's cool. How do we do that? But it's an area where I can play a little bit and build up my knowledge here. So let's where should I start? Let's well, maybe I'm gonna start with this blue down here. Blue. I'm going to take a little bit of this black, mix it into my warm blue here. It looks so much more purpley and brighter on camera than it does in person. Obviously everything is brightened up a little bit, but that's funny. Wow. It's because there's also, I boosted the reds just by like 4 or 5% in the camera, so it makes anything like this appear a little bit more purpley. Just a tiny bit. I mean, I have no idea what it really looks like at home on my monitor and the TV out here. Looks a little bit different. Okay, the sleeves. So how did you do this, Gustave? So this looks like a lot of, this is cool blue in here. Cool blue and even cool yellows. Probably a cobalt, which is very popular, common color back then. Which is kind of a little, it's kind of between the warm blue I use and the cool blue I use. It's almost what some might say is a primary color. So let's I'm gonna take this same color. Maybe I need a little more. Well, maybe let's stay with this. Let's take our warm blue. Let's take some cool blue here. Mix that into my warm blue. That gives me a little bit closer to my cobalt. Let's take a bit of white and a bit of black. Basically, we're kind of creating a gray, but a pretty unique gray here. It's a little too dark. A little bit of cool yellow in that too. Oops. Again, it's really hard for me to tell how accurate I am until I get more paint here on the painting. And I know that's not exactly right, but I'm not entirely clear at exactly how wrong I am, right? a little bit more green into that, or a little bit more yellow into this color to make it slightly more greenish. You know, as I'm doing this, it reminds me, I remember I had friends when I was in art school who used this similar sort of approach to painting. I remember seeing their paintings in their studio and thinking, like, that's odd. I've never seen anyone paint like that. And here I am, doing that, trying that the same sort of approach. Okay, I'm going to add more white to this paint. Now, obviously, he's painting with oil paint, whereas I'm painting with acrylic, so his paint throughout the entire painting would be wet, and he can blend into paint that's been sitting there on the palette, you know, basically in still its wet condition throughout the entire process. I can't really do that with acrylic because this is going to be bone dry in about 5 minutes. So it's going to be a little bit harder for me to get similar sort of effects as Courbet, but I think we'll get something. We'll get something out of this for sure. Okay, obviously those aren't dark and light enough, but that's a kind of a good start, and probably might have even have done something similar to this. A little bit different with painting with oils, but Chase is looking good so far. Thank you. Again, you know, like all of these episodes, different method than we've really used before. Which is why I love doing these episodes, because it forces me to walk a little while in someone else's shoes and try to understand how they do what they do. Or how they did what they did in this case, right? So it's a challenge. Boy, oh boy, this is a challenge. Okay, so let's do the skin tones next here. So what I want to do first is find what we could say the local color. And so I think this is kind of this brown. There's obviously a few different ones. We've got a bit more of a yellowish brown up here, a bit more of a reddish brown down here. Right, so let's start with our more yellowish warm brown. And so I do have this brown I mixed earlier, which was warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. I think I'm just going to take this. Just put a little bit of white in there. Let's see. So I added a little bit of that black to it as well. Put too much yellow in there. Oh well, I had to double my proportion anyway, or my mix. I think that's close. Again, it's always so hard to see when there's not enough on here to how accurate we actually are. I'm gonna go to a smaller brush. That's still too big. I think that's pretty good. It's kind of a mustardy color. So the cheeks tend to have, are a little bit more reddish because they're thicker. There's more blood vessels there. Whereas the forehead is very thin skin, so it tends to be pretty transparent, more of a yellow. And then often towards the bottom of the face, it starts to get a little bit more bluish. Maybe I should show a little diagram here. In a second, let's start with this. So I'm sort of using the facial features here as like signposts, as guides. Let's take that previous color. Maybe I should now put just a bit of glazing fluid in here. That'll help me. Rubbing paint away. This is why I should be using my blow dryer more frequently. Okay, let's just move on from that. Doesn't look like the way I want it to, but rarely two things, right? I'm gonna take this same yellow. Is there anywhere on the wrists? Oops. His neck too, darn it. Okay. Well, thankfully it's a little bit darker down here. Okay, I'm going to add a tiny bit of a bit of cool blue. Oops, to this mixture. Oops. A little bit of this greenish quality going on in a few places here. What is interesting about Courbet having worked, directly with other artists, that is kind of smart, is he would have seen some behind-the-scenes stuff that maybe is not as commonly, you wouldn't necessarily see in a classroom setting. Like, seeing an artist at work is very different than seeing, than taking classes. Like, you have an opportunity to kind of be a little bit of a fly on the wall and kind of just see like how an artist organizes their day and their studio setup, and when they take breaks, and all the little tricks they might use, how they might recover from a mistake, how they might deal with clients and collectors. Like, many of the most important experiences I can think of that I had was also working for other artists. I had, over the years, various different jobs where I was assisting artists, and those are some of the most unique and fun and experiences that I've had, for sure. You know, obviously this looks kind of strange right now. It's because we're still kind of in the middle values. I'm going to darken many things, lighten many things. Probably, so where I'm thinking about using my palette knife is in some of these areas, right where it's basically just pure white. Let's go to a bit more of a reddish brown. So let's take our warm, ooh, that's a lot. Tiny bit of white. A little bit of glazing fluid. Notice I'm still using a relatively large brush. I'm not using like little tiny brushes for this, at least not yet. Ears are a place that can always get more and more red. Rahul says, good morning. Good morning, my friend. How are you doing? Okay. Let's blow dry this. I'm going to get a little bit of those blue eyes in there. So I'm going to take some white and cool blue and just a tiny bit of my kind of bit of gray. So even though I've made that kind of a bit of a grayish blue, like it already just looks really, really bright. Now I'm not gonna do much more to those eyes at the moment, because if I need to get more of the face done, because the rest of all these values need to brighten and some need to darken. So fiddling around with the eyes is a bad idea at this point. And I know that's where some people might even start the painting and spend 20 and 30 minutes just tinkering around with that. I mean, that's if you get it first time around, awesome. But your likelihood of success is very low. I'd say you'd have like maybe 5-10% chance of nailing it right off the beginning. So I'm always trying to think about what is the most efficient way of painting. So if I can I don't want to have to do too much fixing and tinkering if I can help it. I'd rather sort of do it once and do it right, rather than, you know, have to paint over it, you know, later on. Rahul says, I have a suggestion for you. You should start making videos related to sketching and drawing, because they can reach more people, like 10 or 20-minute videos each. And Goodman says, he already has videos and courses. And Rahul says, yes, I know that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, eventually I'll edit some of those things down. I want to be able to reach as many people as possible, but I'm kind of in the mode right now where I'm just recording a whole bunch, doing a lot of production, and then later on I'll edit them down. I mean, those drawing courses have like 2, 3, 400,000 views, so they're very popular already. If I edited them down, I'm sure they would have millions of views, and that would be great. But I'm not so concerned with being, really well known or famous or anything. I've sort of had opportunities or times where I've achieved lots of incredible things, and I'm super grateful for them. So I've kind of like been to the top of the mountain already in terms of my career, and realized that popularity, recognition, and all that stuff those are kind of it's kind of fun. But it's also very hollow and empty. And so I'm kind of right now doing my best to not focus on views, and because when I was doing that stuff and I was really focused on how many people can I attract and get interested in all this, it felt like it was mostly really depressing, because I was more focused on that than on doing things that fulfilled me personally. And I find the more I do things that fulfill me personally, make me happy, the more happy I am in life. I mean, I guess it sounds straightforward and obvious, but it wasn't obvious to me, at least, when I was chasing after views and attention and celebrity and fame and money. So, but I do sincerely appreciate any advice or any opinions. Bring them on. I love it. Rahul says, but people prefer to watch new content and something new. Yeah, that's true. Totally. I am going to be doing more drawing classes next year in 2025. I know that seems like forever ago, but it also seemed like forever ago I started doing these episodes to begin with, and all of a sudden it's coming on to a 4-year anniversary when I started all this. So if you'd asked me back then, I would be like, there's no way I'll be doing this 4 years from now. And here now I'm talking about what I'm going to be doing in my 5th year. So, but I do appreciate that. And you say, yeah, that sounds great. Very less people think like this. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of what's nice about this is, there's only like 9, 10 people watching at the moment, and I can have conversations like this. Imagine if I was doing this and there were like 40,000 people or something watching. I'd have to have someone else here going through the comments. I wouldn't be able to talk to you directly like this, Rahul. So again, I really appreciate the advice, but it's also kind of nice to be able to have direct conversations with fewer people while I develop these things, and just where I am in life at the moment. Okay, so that I felt like I needed to get those eyes in there. That feels a little bit better. Now, obviously, there's shading going on in those eyeballs, etc., but that makes a bit of a difference. Okay, okay, here's another example. Remember when I first painted this, and there was really nothing else except the background painted, and remember how purple that looked, right? It looked like bright purple. And now that other colors start to populate this now doesn't look purple at all, right? So that's what's interesting about how when we start putting colors next to other colors, colors appear to change. That's what's so wild about painting, and that's why I always advocate for keep going. Don't get fixated in one area, because how a color appears now is not the way that color is going to look later on. Okay. guys are awesome. So let's see, where do we should probably break this into another intertitle here. Maybe I should go back to the background. Am I ready to tackle the background again? Maybe let's do that. Let's okay. So I'm gonna go back to the background and finish the background, even though technically I'd rather do a little bit more in the foreground so I get a clear idea of what the background should look like. I think just for our purposes and time, etc., I'm just going to kind of finish it, and if it's not perfect, that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect either, right? So I'm just going to take a look at the colors back there. Take a look at mine. So you can see this has a bit more of a reddish quality here. I want a bit more of a greenish, yellowish gray. So I'm going to go back to my colors here. I need some more of all my color, I guess. It's interesting. I found many of these episodes, I sometimes will have a lot of cool red left over. Here I've gone through it already, so that's, you know, some paintings, every painting is a little bit different. I'm hard pressed to use some colors, and so you never know. Never know what you're gonna need until you need it. Okay, so let's our cool yellow, cool blue. Look at that beautiful green. Let's put some red in here. That is a really enigmatic color up there. You know, like that looks too reddish. Look at this, looks too greenish. So I'm going to put some glazing fluid in here, make this color more transparent so that ideally some of this color comes through. Okay, now I'm going to do that again, but almost entirely glazing fluid. So I'm going to put that over top of the other areas of the painting. So I'm just going to barely modify that black. Okay, I know this seems like a radically too bright color, but again, I'm going to take my rag. Okay, I'm going to wipe off that excess paint. Maybe even just take glazing fluid on my brush here like that. Ah! Didn't need to get that yellow on there. Actually, you know what? That's... new rag. What was I thinking? So I just added basically glazing fluid here. Does look like it's lightening up, but I think when I blow dry this, it's going to darken down a bit. I'm a little angry at myself for now there's all these little fuzzy buddies came off my brush. Okay. Do I dare? Okay, better just blow dry this, Michael. You stress me out when you get impatient like that. Okay, that's not bad. I'm just going to take a bit more glazing fluid. Where did that yellow keep coming from? just every time I get impatient and I'm like, oh, I should probably blow dry this now. And I'm like, let's just keep on going. And then painting will always punish me. What the heck? Ugh. You are gonna drive me crazy, this little thing. Okay, I think what I've ended up doing here is lightening this background up too much. And rather than trying to kind of darken it now, I'm going to just continue on with the foreground, because I'm probably going to go take a darker color and just clean up those edges later on anyway, because I'm going to use that background color as my outline. So I was hoping to be done with the background now, but it looks like I'm going to have to come back to it at the very end. you know, whatever. That's just how the cookie crumbles. Gotta roll with it. But that's the thing with the painting. If you try to, if you try to be you're always kind of a bit of a passenger in a painting, and it's going to go where it wants to go, and you can try to control it, but it's going to have to take it on a life of its own. So, whew, okay. Let's go to the next step. So I did a little bit of stuff in the background that improved it, and then kind of 2 steps forward, 4 steps back. So, but that's okay, because especially in this painting, that background, I'm going to come in and use the background as my outline. So I need to get more of the hands and shirt and stuff painted in anyway, and then I can come back in and with a darker color just get a really sharp outline on the edges of the hand. So we're going to kind of just take a break from that. And I was hoping to be done with the background now, but I'm still obviously have to come back. But I think there's a silver lining in there, because I might have needed to do what I'll end up doing in the background anyway later. So let's push forward here. So we want to get what should we do now? I think we want to get more. I think we need to go darker now. We've been kind of lightening things up. I think I want to darken things down and get some more dramatic contrasts going. So maybe to do that, I know this looks like black, but that's really just kind of a really dark, cool brown. Because we used cool blue, cool yellow, and cool red. I want to do a similar mixture, but I want to use cool blue, cool yellow, and I'm out of it. I need more warm red here. What should we? Okay, let's take this black. I'm going to scrape a bunch off this brush instead of going onto the rag. So let's see. Where should we go to first? Let's take. our brown that we made. This is our warm yellow, warm red, and warm blue. So this brown. And let's take our black, mix this in here. That gives us a pretty dark black, or pretty dark warm brown. I'm going to mix some glazing fluid in here. Let's take a bit more brown, a bit more black. I kind of put too much glazing fluid in there, so I'm just thickening that back up. Maybe while I've got this on my brush, let's go to a different size brush here. Notice how, like, pretty much every time I'm done with a brush, I clean my brushes. You know, they're not perfectly clean. I do clean them again later on after these sessions end. But they're clean enough that by the time I come back to use them again, they're nice and ready. Whenever I teach in person, I'll see like 5, 6 brushes loaded up with acrylic paint, just slowly drying on the table. The paint is, you know, clumping up, and then people wonder why they have their, you know, it's hard to paint. Well, you got all this dried paint on your brushes. The brushes are getting ruined. Here, whenever I want to use a brush, I got one ready to go, all loaded up. So anyway, just thought I'd mention that. Okay, I'm going to blow dry that, and I'm going to apply some warm red in there. I was just going to leave those brushes in there, and I'm thinking, you know, I just went on a mini rant about cleaning your brushes. Like, let's walk the walk, Michael. Okay. I'm going to take some warm red. I'm going to take a bit of warm red, tiny bit of white. Needed a bit more white. So it's taking like tiny bit of white. I mean, like, let's just see these side by side here. Okay, let's just, before I clean my brush, let's see if there's other places that need some red. Bit of this reflected light in the hand here. Okay, I'm gonna blow dry that, and I'm gonna put a little, just do the same thing, not add any more stuff to it, and then put that little bit more on the cheeks, and then I'll be done with that. Well, actually, no, I won't put any on the ears. Let's put regular red there. Might have gone a little bit overboard with that. Great. I love this painting. This is one of my favorite paintings of all time. It's always stuck in my mind, and it's, you know, it's I mean, it's a well-known painting by Courbet, but probably I mean, there's certainly other ones that are way more famous than this. But most of the other ones are also way more complicated to do, so. But this is obvious. This is my favorite Courbet. What should we paint next? I want to let's go. I'm gonna take this same dark color that I was using previously. I'm just gonna come back, do a little bit of darkening again on the face. gonna say, you're gonna regret that, Michael. Blow dried. You'll notice like I haven't done any of the facial hair really. I mean, I've kind of put in some placeholders, but I'm waiting still to get more of the skin done so that I always have some room underneath to play. Okay. I think I'm going to move on from the face for a few minutes and go back to the clothes. So, let me see. So I think what I need to do is start putting some extreme white in here. And really, because I need to darken a little bit, but it's also hard to see because all these values are very muted. This painting is super muted at the moment. So what I'm going to do is, I think it's time to use the palette knife and see if we can do a little bit of white. Now I think I'm going to use my palette knife to apply some paint. I'm going to take my white. I'm going to put a little bit of glazing fluid in here just to thin it out so it's not so strong. And then let's go right into it here. Let's take palette knife. Right, so I got paint on my palette knife. It's hard with such a small surface to do this on. See, palette knife is much better for these big flat areas here. Well, I mean, for me, I'm sure for Courbet, you know, he was using a palette knife like some of us can use a fork, right, for eating. He's amazing with it, but show kind of like, so I get some of this paint on there. Now there are other shapes of palette knives. Mine, I have a whole bunch of them, but I don't have them here. I took them all to school. So in that instant, like right now, only palette knife I have here in the studio is kind of this round tip. And, you know, that's helpful for certain things, but I guarantee you Courbet had like dozens of these different shapes. These a little bit more pointy edges would be great for some of this work in here. And also some that are much smaller so that I could really get a flatter kind of quality. I'm going to continue, well, yeah. But I'm not going to take my brush and just sort of now kind of incorporate some of this stuff. So I think, you know, like Courbet, obviously he painted with the palette knife, and he was super skilled at it. But I think a big part of him using the palette knife was just, it would sort of force him to deal with like a bold color. He's like, it's almost like he's doing it to himself to force him into using a color that he might be a little bit afraid of. So instead of like, okay, I'll just do a little bit of glazing like I do. Okay, just let's do a little bit here. Okay, a little bit there, not too much. You know, I always say glazing fluid is the timid painter's best friend, right? And so we can kind of just be, you know, very delicate with modifying something. Courbet is like a bull in a china shop kind of thing. It's like, okay, we want to put white down here? Well, let's stop screwing around. Let's just take the palette knife, slop it in, and boom, deal with it. Make it work. It's like, whoa, that's too much. Yeah, it's too much. So now everything's gotta make it work. You know, it's like deliberately throwing a wrench right into the middle of your into your picture. I mean, like, that's extreme. Like, I mean, if I wasn't painting a Courbet and I didn't have to use that palette knife, there's no way I would just boldly put that white just like that. Like, it's you know, this goes against a lot of the ways that I normally paint. But I want to embrace Courbet's technical approach here. So by no means do I consider myself an expert with palette knife. I think palette knife is one of those things that has got to be one of the most difficult things to master, because it's not very forgiving. It's pretty hard painting with such a rigid tool. So the main thing I'm taking away from using a palette knife, like in this particular painting, is a way of just forcing myself to use pure white when normally I would slowly build up to this and then just do a little, little areas of white, barely any pure white at all. I'd be a little bit too afraid to do what I'm doing right now. And so what I'm learning from Courbet here is like it's like if you're thinking of putting a highlight in there, do it bold. Take that white, take it right out of the tube, get a palette knife and just do it. Stop don't hesitate or second guess yourself. So I feel like as I've been doing this, I've kind of found my own way of working here, which is to apply the paint with the palette knife and then to integrate it with a brush, as opposed to just trying to do the whole thing with the palette knife. Like I tried doing that here on the other sleeve, and if I had been painting with a palette knife for years, no problem. But I don't typically use a palette knife. I have done it in several other episodes, as you probably know, in the past. Although it has been a little while since I have used a palette knife. So I'm just trying to go back, incorporate this a little bit. Wow, yeah, definitely would never have done this ever before Courbet. So, oops. Okay, let's this next white, it's not totally white, it's kind of a bit of a yellowish white. Well, I'm still gonna try to go as white as I can. Just kind of a bit of a dry brush here. Okay, I'm going to take a bit more of this. Actually, you know what? I should blow dry it. I keep thinking, you know what? Should blow dry this, Michael. So let's do that. Ayush says, free drawing course. Can you please answer my question on the 4th lecture? I left a comment on it. Okay, well, I don't know what the comment is. If you put it here in the chat, I could try to help answer, but I don't, I'm obviously a little bit preoccupied, so I don't know what that, your comment is, so if you want an answer now, you could put it in the chat there, or... I get like probably 50 or so comments every day on those episodes, so I don't I try to answer as many as I can, but there's so overwhelming, the number of them, that which is a great thing. I'm not complaining, but I'm just one guy. This is a one-man operation here. I know, well, I don't know, probably doesn't look like a super sophisticated operation, and that's because it's not really very sophisticated at all. I know some YouTubers have a whole crew of people helping them. Not me, alas. It's just me, all by myself. What you see here is the whole crew. The camera person, the lighting person, the teacher, the whole thing. Let's blow dry that. So the same yellow, maybe add just a tiny bit of cool blue into this mixture to make it a bit more greenish. So I think, is that supposed to, where's his elbow? I think that's supposed to be his elbow right here, isn't it? It's hard to... Okay, let's blow dry this. Okay, let's take a look where we're at right now. Okay. So, you know, maybe it would have made sense to have done that white at an earlier stage and just block it in. And that's probably what Courbet would have done. I think, obviously, he's a way more confident painter than I am. And so he probably started with some of the shadow shapes and then might have gone directly into this white. I'm not sure, but whereas me, I'm trying to figure out his style. There's a little bit of forwards and backwards, trying to get a handle on it. And he's painting with oil paint, which is a little bit more forgiving in this type of approach than using acrylic here is. But not to make excuses for myself, just trying to grasp what's happening. So I don't like how kind of patchy some of this white is. So I'm going to have this bold white on here. I'm going to go in and just make it super solid. So it's like, you know what, if we're going to do this, let's do it 100%. I will say, like, you know, the painting as it stands right now, it's like not too happy with it. Like, I felt like it was going in a really nice direction, and if I wanted, I probably could have spent maybe another 20-30 minutes on it before I started putting all this white, and I might have been even able to call it a day. But to stay true to Uncle Gustave here, it's like, okay, if we're gonna do a Courbet, we're not gonna cut any corners. We're gonna just jump right into the deep end here. Something I've done with this. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, let's just erase this here. Let's do that again. So I wasn't happy because I think I was looking at it and saying, you know what? I think that take a bit of cool blue and just glaze a little bit with that. Okay, I'm going to take my ultramarine blue. Just putting that blue into the shadows as well. Okay, now we've got those intense whites in place, using the palette knife and then blending it in a little bit, and so that's really amped up the brightness of this painting. Now I want to contrast that with some darker, basically some black in places, including the hair and even in the face. And then once we've done that, then I think that's really going to help develop this painting. It's also going to then get us much closer to putting like the facial hair on. So I think we're actually closer to the end. I should knock, 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 than it might seem. But I think all of what we've been building up to is kind of this point where now we can start kind of refining things. We've got all those intense colors in place. And now we're going to start to shape it back into place, right? Like almost a little bit of outlining. So there's the original. There's Elder Troy says, "Hi, Michael. I can't believe I'm watching you live. This is awesome." Thank you, my friend. Thanks for tuning in and saying hello. That's super cool. Awesome, thanks. Okay, so let's get this black on the road here. So we got our black right here. I'm gonna put some glazing fluid on the palette. How small? Let's start with a bigger brush. So I put that glazing fluid in just to kind of make the paint a little bit more transparent, so I have a little bit more control over it. And also I can blend it out if need be, or wipe it away if things don't go well. Alright? That's why I love that glazing fluid. It just gives me that extra little opportunity to change my mind if I make a mistake, or buff something out if I don't want like a solid hard line anywhere. In fact, let's just take, I was going to clean this brush. Just going to come right in here to start to do some pretty dramatic darkening. Elder Choices, heck yeah, I found you years ago when I was trying to get myself back into art. I'm terribly lazy though, so I haven't stuck with it for long periods of time. Just short bursts of fun. Just short bursts of fun. Sorry, there's this thing that hovers over the interface there. That's cool. I'm glad that you're, you know, maybe this popping in right now might inspire you to do a little, get back into it again. And it's okay to take little breaks. You know, I take little breaks too. But that's so cool. Great to see. Thanks so much for tuning back in. Obviously, probably subscribed so that I just popped up randomly while you're on YouTube. So thanks for saying hello. Elder Choices. I have a 64 by 64 inch, I think, probably painting to do at some point. So that will be my next project. Wow, that's a big one. 64. I mean, I'm assuming that's inches, right? Because that's like, or maybe it is centimeters. It's 64 by 64 would be about maybe that big. 64 by 64 is like bigger than my arms can reach, right? So, but maybe you do have a giant canvas. My work schedule is all over the place, but I would love to make it to more streams. Thank you. Generally, I'm at around, well, starting, I've been on the air for a while now. About 5 hours ago I started. Usually on Tuesdays is when I'm doing this. So Tuesday evenings. This is working. It's okay. Which is it's good to know, you know, when you're exploring a different style like this. It's a little bit like jumping in off the deep end. And you kind of like, oh, is this gonna work or what? And what are we doing here? So I'm just working on this arm here. So mostly what I'm doing is not painting right up to the edges. I'm painting kind of inside. You know, there's a little bit of outlining, but essentially what's happening is by kind of going around inside of here, it's just sort of darkening in the interior of the darkest area. And then it kind of gives like this slightly glowing quality, as some of the maybe lighter values around it, it kind of activates them as well. I'll use some other blues and browns to do some more outlining on that sleeve there. So I want to be careful not to overdo it and just completely obliterate the Imprimatura, which I've sort of kind of carefully tried to preserve all the way up until this point. So I already feel like I kind of gone a little bit too far, but it's okay. I'm just I know I still have to do the hair and stuff. I'm just working my way in that direction. Just want to kind of do a quick pass on, you know, while I'm still doing the clothing. Let's just continue with that. Yeah, I guess let's go up to the hand here. Let's tackle that next. Elderoy says yes. Oh, yes, it's inches. It's huge. That is huge. Wow. That's like, you know, you think of a piece of plywood is 48 by 96, so 64, like 48, like kind of arms, like, I don't even think I could I don't know if I could reach 64, so, you know, that's probably just under about maybe, how many feet is 64? It's big. It's big. It's like 5 feet or something. Wow. You got a big task ahead of you there. Sarah says, Michael, this is absolutely beautiful. I wonder if your daughter will watch these videos back in the future when you're an old man and see your wonderful, youthful attitude. I hope so. I hope so. Goodness. I mean, I hopefully I'll still have a wonderful, youthful attitude when I'm an old man. That's funny. So that when she's watching, she's like, whatever happened to my youthful, attituded father? Oh, now he's just a grumpy old guy complaining about the soup. Well, at least I have these videos I can watch when I feel sad about what has become of my grumpy dad. I think I need a little bit of skin tone back in there. I kind of need to have a little bit of an area between light and dark that is currently not really existing there. wow, when I see it on camera like that, I'm like, wow, it looks like there's so many colors that I've got. Mine looks almost a little bit psychedelic here. So that's interesting, you know, like it keeps changing. This painting, the more I work on it, the more I see certain things kind of, you know, I was like, it looks so bland, not colorful enough. And then I'm like, whoa, okay, pump the brakes there, Captain. I'm going to take my dark brown. I still got it still here. I'm just going to take that color instead of using black everywhere. Take that little bit of white. take some warm red here. Okay, I want to mix some cool blue and black. I'm going to put this cool blue in a few places instead of my black. Yeah, that's huge. Good, 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 good. So, what was I thinking? Oh, yes, let's take some white, a bit more black, and turn this into a kind of a gray. glazing fluid on here. Okay, I might be happier with that sleeve now. Let's just go to the other side, think of similar things that might need to be done here. There's Random Gaming says, hello, sir, big fan. What's up, sir? That's awesome. Thanks for saying hello, Ev. What's up? Nothing much. Just doing my thing here. How are you doing? Elder Troy says, a coworker asked me to paint him a mountain scene for his kitchen wall. Okay, there you go. Is that what you're going to use that giant canvas for? Obviously, like a big canvas can be kind of intimidating. That's why doing a few little studies are a great idea, and that's what artists have done throughout history. Is like, before you embark on a big painting like that, like, try doing a smaller version of it. Try to figure out what, you know, the problems are on a small scale before you scale it up to its full size. And that way, once you are at that full scale, you usually have a clearer idea of how things should look. I'm going to come back to that sleeve. Let's I'm taking my warm blue and just mixing into this kind of grayish color that I've got. See, yes, I sometimes just use my fingers just as effective as anything else. In fact, I actually really like it because I feel like I have to have way more control with just my finger as opposed to a little brush. You know, it's like finger painting. Okay. Getting there. You know, obviously there's some major differences between mine and his, but to be expected. Okay, let's blow dry this thing. Looks like I gotta mix another black here. Too much red. So it's a little brown. It means we need more blue to pull that brown. It's color swung too far in one direction. Let's bring it back the other way. Bit of a purple vibe to it, so let's put a bit more yellow in there. I think I'm like really close. Like I feel really good about it. It's you know, it's time consuming, but getting there. It's a process. This also, by the way, was one of Gustave Courbet. Okay. So this painting was also one of Gustave Courbet's favorite paintings. He had this painting in his studio literally up until the day he died. So he had made this painting, what, in 1843 to 45, passes away 32 years later-ish. So, you know, this painting lived with him throughout all, like he brought it with him to Switzerland when he was in exile, right? So he really thought this was one of his favorite paintings, you know, which I think really says something. And I think, you know, I think he felt like he would really achieved something here, which I think is absolutely true, right? Why did I mix this? Okay, yes. I was gonna paint some hair. I'm like, what is the plan here, Michael? What are we doing? Okay, so let's get that hair on here. So I'm feeling like this hair is just not long enough. It just sort of just barely covers, goes over his shoulder, and it's like glazing fluid in my paint there to thin it down a little bit. It's too thick and goopy. Okay, I might hold off on more hair here until I decide what I want to do with the background. So I'll get the curves on the other side. I mean, like, I'll rotate the canvas to get at those other curves. So that I can paint in the direction of the bristles. Trying to do it without rotating it, but I don't know why. I'm just rotate the canvas. No big deal, Michael. Just do it. Nope. Gonna blow dry all that. this still working? So I guess my question to myself is, do I want to do anything in the background? Do I want to? Yes, I do. So let's go and take this glazing fluid. Let's take a big brush. Take a little bit of white. I don't want it to be a solid black. I'm also going to take a bit of cool yellow. Let's get a bit more of that in there. Ah. I'm going to blow dry that. some kind of little glitch going on with my device. That's better. Can't get back to my main screen here with the other cameras. Come on. I think I'm still alive. I just don't know why this isn't working. Barbara says, good morning. Well, looks like you've been having fun, Michael. And ABCD says, I've got to say thank you, sir. I just started watching your beginner's drawing course on YouTube, and I can see a lot of improvement already. Thank you very much for that. Wow, that's awesome. How do I... I might be kind of stuck right like this. I can't seem to... In order to get myself back on camera, I'd have to shut the machine down and reboot it, which would stop the stream. So, that's not really an option. So, well, I'll do a little bit of finishing touches here since I can't seem to get back to my main screen. So I just want to do a few things, like maybe put some highlights in the eyes, etc. So let's do that. Let's It's going to take a little bit of pure white. Let's twist that brush up a little bit more. with this pure white, I'm just gonna do a little bit of highlighting. Oh, sorry, I'm not on camera there. Oh, the lips. Okay. Good, okay. I noticed that right before I wrap up here. Okay, I think I probably should call that a day. So I can't seem to zoom, or I can't get back to my main screen here. I'm stuck on this. ABCD says, I don't know why, but whenever I draw portraits, everything goes fine at first, but always the eye part where things get tricky. It's either the eyes do not look similar to the picture or each other, which spoils the rest of the portraits. Do you have any tips for that? Well, you know, like, I mean, I look at my painting, and there's differences, like maybe his nostrils should be, you know, his nose should be a little bit wider and be flaring a bit. You know, the shape of the eyes are slightly different at the edges. In fact, maybe I should probably even just darken them down just a tad bit on the sides. But, you know, it's never going to be perfect, right? And I don't even know what that means, or, you know, it's, allow it to be a little bit weird and different. You know, it's, each painting is like a different, it's like a space alien, and, you don't want to, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, it should have its own life. It should have its own energy and spirit, and you know, you could, I mean, I think every drawing I make, like if I draw the same person over and over, each drawing is going to look slightly different. You know, if your goal is to draw perfect pictures of a person sitting in front of you, it's going to take you like 5 or 6 years of drawing 5 or 6 hours every day in order to kind of master that art, right? So you have to ask yourself, is that something I'm actually really interested in? Like, is this a major goal in my life, or can I live with a little bit of discrepancy? Personally, I do this for a living, and I'm not that interested in devoting that time and energy to doing it. So, you know, if you really are, then you got to make a major commitment. It's not something that it's not like a little trick that you can kind of do and that I can teach you just right now, and that you'll be able to just instantly be able to do lifelike portraits of friends and family kind of thing. It's a lifelong learning process. And is that in the right place? I guess I always question, like, you know, if you want to draw something, if you want something that looks exactly like the original, just take a photograph. Save yourself some time. Like, I'm way more interested in seeing how someone solves the problem in a much more creative way, rather than being like a slave to reality, or so-called reality, because it's always some sort of a abstraction. Like, photographers will talk about how photography is also and abstraction of reality. I mean, every camera makes, every camera company produces cameras that have different colors, and you hear photographers talking about how they feel like their camera company, their camera does a better job of capturing reality, because it has colors that are truer, quote unquote, to nature or to life. ABCD says, when did you first start thinking about doing this for a living? Like, when did you start drawing? Before I can even remember. I got pictures of myself at the kitchen table drawing when I was like 3 or 4 years old, and just kept on going. Just never stopped. I'm really lucky my parents encouraged me from day one. I think part of that is because my father was always really interested in art, so when I started showing interest in art, he really helped encourage that, whereas I know many of my friends did not have as supportive of families, so that's a major blessing I'm super grateful for sure. Okay. So let's do our side-by-side comparison. I can't zoom out to bring myself back to screen, so this is the way we're going to do it for today's episode. Just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when future episodes are going to take place. But 80% of the people that watch these videos are not subscribers, which is kind of outrageous. I don't know why people would watch something for 5 hours and then yet not subscribe. But also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use PayPal, the Super Chat. YouTube takes 40% of whatever you donate, so I would recommend the e-transfer or sending a check in the mail. You can contact me through my email, which is on my website, and the Facebook group. All those links are down below. So let's take a look at this. Ooh. Have to fix that later. Oops, nope. I want to go. Okay. So there's the. Oh, that finger. Yikes. Okay. That looks pretty weird. See, there's always something when you look at a painting, like, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Oh, was I going to do a few more hairs? That's probably good, right? I think we can all live with that painting like this. Okay, so, there's obviously some differences. This is using a technique I've never really used before. So there's definitely a bit of a learning curve. I look at this hand, or something kind of needs a little more work there, but, I could probably work on it for another couple of hours. I think I could have even darkened the face just a little bit more. It is, let's see, probably closer to... In real life, it looks a little bit more like that. It's a little bit darker. So... Come on. Why is this moving around? Anyway, just let it go, Michael. So there's the finished painting. Let's just focus that. Man, I love this painting. I'm surprised how much it gave me some difficulty there. So let's zoom in. And how about let's just go to the bottom left down here. So I have a little bit more room on both top, bottom, and sides. Ooh, what's that? So can I fix? Okay, I think that's probably good. Wow, no, now as I look at it, man, some of these lines could have been much thinner, hey? Just keeping that Imprimatura, or I guess I stained it with a second of this brown, darker brown over top. Just keep preserving any of that all the way to the end. That is really tricky to do. Requires a lot of restraint. So I'm pretty happy with the way that turned out. Some kind of things got a little wild with this cuff there. Not as happy with the way that turned out. I think I did an okay job with that hand. The other hand, or sorry, the hair here. Okay. Oh, I didn't do the highlights. You know what? I think I'm done. I'm out of energy. I keep promising I'm going to stop. I guess, yeah, there's more there. Am I really done? Do I really? Okay, let's do a little bit of this highlights in the hair. My goodness. It's the never-ending painting. I'm just trying to do this as quickly as possible. Thought I might have developed a quick solution. Barbara says, did you say you're doing a feedback episode next week? I think it's next week. I can't remember offhand here, but it's definitely coming up. So, yeah, if you want to participate in that, got to finish that painting. I'm gonna do this whole wrap up thing all over again. Oh, yeah. Since I've been fiddling with the camera. Why is that tilting? It's driving me crazy. Oh, maybe. There, that's better. Okay, let's start this again. I can't get my screen. I can't get myself back on camera, so this is where we are to end the episode. Let's zoom this in. So we're at the end of the episode where we're going to do a quick little evaluation and see how close we came to the original. So just before we do that, just a quick reminder to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. 80% of the people who watch these videos aren't subscribers. That's crazy. So that would be awesome if you'd help me out with that. And if you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use, of course, that's going to happen right now. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, you can use PayPal. You can send an e-transfer or a check in the mail. Contact me through my email to get any information like that. And so let's take a look at the original. Ooh, whoa, there we go. So there's the original and mine there on the right. And I think that feels pretty good. You know, as I look at it, there's all sorts of things that I feel like I could have done differently, but that would be for another painting, right? At some point, I think it's good to move on. I see sometimes people will continue working on the same painting for months. I think if it's not done after a week or two, move on or start it again, because constantly reworking something is slowing you down, right? It's okay to not finish a painting. It's okay to move on and start something new, but continuing to just pick at something endlessly is not helpful. Okay, so let's zoom in here. And then let's go to the corner there. So I like how this turned out. You know, even the hair, I think adding that little bit of highlight really transformed that hair. It looked kind of like a ambiguous kind of shape there, a monster or something. Now it kind of has like a hair-like quality. You know, these lines here now look very big and thick and clumsy. You know, but it is what it is. Like, you know, preserving the Imprimatura through all the way to the end is tricky. And I did go back and kind of bring them back a little bit, but I should have been a little bit more delicate when I did that. Let's look at the bottom down here, this scarf. That feels pretty good. I like how this turned out. It just looks kind of strange when I add more room. It's like, I guess it's probably, you know, people used to wear things like that to almost identify different political parties, etc. kind of ribbons and things, a lot more than they do these days. Maybe that's what it is. I haven't read anything that kind of discusses, not discussed, disgusted what this ribbon was, or if that was part of his kind of overall costume. Oh, let's go here. You know, I did, you know, this yellow there, you know, I didn't quite capture that or a greenish and then brownish quality of this reflected light coming in, maybe reflecting off his blue clothing here, maybe? I don't know. So mine did turn out way more purpley, and those yellows seem kind of out of place, much more like Matisse-like than Courbet. And then maybe I just want to, let's take a look at this hand here. I think that's okay. You know, there's these little fingers, you can see them more in mine, but it's actually really dark. It's actually really hard to see those details at this moment. So I'm okay with that. And then that other hand on the top of his head, on mine seems a little bit awkward. You know, some of those lines there are kind of a little bit funny, a little suspect. And then the original, or the face, the original. I think I did a pretty good job. You know, there's areas where it could have had a little more subtlety. Could have been a little bit darker in a few places. I'm not so happy with the facial hair. I do like that there's this little stray hair. I kind of maybe exaggerated that from the original. That to me is just, as somebody who has a similar mustache, when I was doing it, like I was like, you know what, that's, you know, if I was in this same state of kind of perturbation or distress, you know, my mustache, you know, after a day of walking around and stuff, it starts to fray a little bit. So that was kind of, that's my own little amplification of something that was already there. But I think otherwise, all in all, it turned out pretty good. So I'm just going to zoom back out one last time. We'll see them side by side. Okay, so that's the end of another episode. I don't think I'm going to be able to... Can I play with the audio? I'm not sure. Well, we'll see. Oh, I don't even know if I'll get the graphics up. Okay, so I can't do that. So, how do I end this? Now that I'm kind of stuck in this state here. Can I adjust the volume? Oh, maybe. Can I adjust the volume? And I think I can probably mute myself. So have a wonderful evening, morning, wherever you are on our beautiful planet. We'll see you on the next episode. Have a great night, everyone. Thanks for making the world a little bit more beautiful by making your art. More people who are making art, the better world we're going to live in. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you again soon. Good night, everybody.